renamed ENUGU Road from Liberty Bus Stop down to Mike Ejaya Street in Abakwanike to Mike Ejaya Road in honor of the renowned folklore legend. The governor made this announcement at the road commissioning ceremony on Monday in ENUGU. Signature TV correspondent Chinemeremi Kegbunam has the report.
During the commissioning of the newly renamed Mike Ejaya Road, Governor Peter Mbah reaffirmed his commitment to paving all roads in Enugu State, staying true to the social contract he signed upon taking office. He noted that although the road was not part of the 71 roads earlier awarded, its rehabilitation became imperative due to the urgent need to ease vehicular movement in the area.
We're commissioning 4 roads here today, and all those roads are quite significant. But one of those roads is the road that leads to the home of one of our great legends. We have always told people that Enugu State is the home of legends. It is not just sporting legends. We also have the music icons. And we have one man who, through his folk song, has largely bring memories of years gone by to our doorstep.
Commissioner for Works and Infrastructure, Gerald Otiji, and Special Advisor to the Governor on Project Development and Implementation, Uche Nwatu, provided insights on the road's construction and its significance to the neighboring communities.
This is one of the testaments to show that your love for your people is what goes on in your vein every day. He saw the need to award additional roads in Ababa. That's what gave rise to what we are commissioning today. ENUGU Road, Mpo Street, and Mike Ejaya Street.
Residents and shop owners along Mike Ejaya Road expressed their happiness over the newly constructed road, highlighting its impact on their daily lives.
He really tried for us. As you can see it, the road, no dirty, both the gutter, everything. He really did a good work here. So we are all happy.
Before, this particular road was very worse, very destructive. Nobody can pass this road. A lot of gallops and the road was so tattered. It's not even good at all. So, but I thank God that today Peter Mbah has brought light. Peter Mbah has also been our governor, brought an easy way.
Before, if you see this road, you cannot walk. This place is, we have so many gallops. Even the transportation from the people living down there, like from people living at ENUGU Villa and other people living down there, before they could come out here, it is a tug of war. It is a very tug of war. We even have some people that settlements down there that they even go to their farm, even to bring out whatever that they got from their farm. It is very difficult for them. But I thank God for today. Look at it. Everybody's happy.
It is indeed my honor and privilege to commission the ENUGU Mike Ejaya Road, now newly named Mike Ejaya Road, for the benefit of the people of ENUGU. Amen. And to the glory of God. Amen.
Governor Peter Mbah also paid homage to the music legend at his Ababa residence, describing him as a custodian of Igbo culture. Songs composed in the mid-20th century continues to
with the Federal Ministry of Health and other partners to ensure that vaccines were available and accessible. He urged the public, particularly those in high-risk categories, to take advantage of vaccination campaigns being conducted across the country. According to INA, The agency has also been engaging in public health awareness campaigns to educate citizens about the benefits of the Mpox vaccine and importance of early vaccination. Said that the country will begin vaccinations for Mpox from October 8 after regulatory approvals are concluded. Said that the country received the first batch of 10,000 doses of the Mpox vaccine from the U.S. Agency for International Development on Tuesday. Said the vaccines will be subjected to regulatory laboratory analysis for 3 weeks, after which they will be distributed across 5 states, with 4,750 persons receiving 2 doses each, 28 days apart. The NPHCDA boss said that the target population for the vaccinations will be those in close contact with Mpox cases, health workers, and persons with low immune status. ENUGU state government has announced that it is embarking on the construction of a 250-bed ultramodern quaternary health facility to be known as the ENUGU International Hospital. This was disclosed by the Commissioner for Health, Professor Emmanuel Obi, at the end of the ENUGU State Executive Council meeting presided over by Governor Peter Mba at the weekend. Signature TV correspondent Chinemeremi Kegbenam reports.
The Commissioner for Health, Professor Emmanuel Obi, while briefing the press, said the ENUGU International Hospital, which would be sited in the heart of Enugu City, would equally serve as a citadel of medical research and training. Obi also said that the meeting disclosed measures to checkmate Mpox disease, adding that the administration will scale up the awareness campaign on the disease.
The ENUGU International Hospital is going to come up at the Rangers Avenue, so it will be centrally located in Enugu. It will be easily accessible to the international airport, and then it will provide access to medical care that has not been previously known before in Enugu for Enugu citizens and those that will be visiting. It is going to be the type of place that will give excellence medical services, even including research and training. It will be that type of hospital that people will no longer have any reason to leave Enugu or leave the shores of Nigeria to go and get health care. And that is the type of thing that is coming up in the ENUGU International Hospital. This is also another opportunity to let the public know that the government also has considered even our public health outlook, because recently the World Health Organization announced that the disease Mpox, previously known as monkeypox, has now become a disease of public health importance of international concern. And the government of Enugu State will have discussed as to how to ensure that effective surveillance and control and prevention of upsurge of the Mpox in Enugu State will be put in place.
Many people doubted it, but if you start connecting the dots right now, you see it is reachable. So just also on that road infrastructure, the administration retreated on this administration's promise that by next year, we hope that all the roads in Enugu Urban will be paved.
Meanwhile, the Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice, Dr. Kingsley Ude, disclosed that Enugu residents who now own flats in the city or a piece of land in the village will be able to obtain a certificate of occupancy to make their property bankable due to the digitalization process introduced by the government.
A focus of today's Executive Council meeting was the implementation of the Enugu State Geological Information System. And now, the essence of this is that land holding in Enugu State, not just Enugu Metropolis, not just Enugu City, but the whole of the state will be captured digitally. And this would enhance the value of landholding in the state, so that even those that own land in the villages may now have opportunity to have certificate of occupancy. And you know that once you have certificate of occupancy, that property becomes bankable.
Impossibility is becoming possible, starting from producing water where they said there was no water, to making Enugu the eye in education. We've not had smart school before, and we jumped from blackboard school to smart school. Now we're talking of Ashford, the only place in the southeast. Now we're talking of the International Hospital. Should I forget International Conference Center? With all this, my dear, we all can see that tomorrow is indeed here.
These efforts are part of Governor Mbah's economic policies to eradicate poverty and entrench good governance through his transformative agenda, thereby making Enugu a choice state in Nigeria. Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV News.
The federal government has donated 20 compressed natural gas CNG buses to Oyo State government. The chairman of the Pacesetter Transport Service, PTS, Ibrahim Salami, received the buses on behalf of the state government in Ibadan. The gesture was part of federal government measures to cushion the effect of fuel subsidy removal and to promote safer, cleaner, and reliable means of transportation. Chief Executive Officer and the Program Director, Presidential Compressed Natural Gas Initiative, Michael Oluwagbemi, said the donation was in fulfillment of President Bola Tinubu's promise to address issues affecting Nigerians, particularly on petrol importation, among others. Said the initiative was one of the testimonies of the Tinubu agenda to improve transportation. Salami commended the federal government for the gesture because the initiative would enhance smooth and easier transportation system in the state. He noted that embracing the use of CNG buses remained the best approach to solve transportation challenges in the state and appealed for an additional 100 CNG buses to cover more routes in Oyo State. The Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC, has embarked on a 30-day intensive operation tagged Operation Carrara to check the excesses of motorists who disregard traffic lights in the Federal Capital Territory. The FRSC Sector Commander, Mota Chori, made this announcement while addressing operatives at the Sector Command in Abuja, explaining that the Traffic Enforcement and Control Unit of the Corps will carry out the operation, which will run throughout September. Sector Commander pointed out that exercise was intended to crack down on reckless disregard for traffic rules by motorists, notably commercial drivers in the territory, stating his resolve to ensure that sanity was restored on all highways in the 6 area councils of FCT. It revealed that awareness campaigns have been conducted at major motor parks, religious centers, and public areas to educate people on the risk of transporting petroleum products with passengers. The FRSC boss appealed to road users to comply with the directive, warning that the Corps would not tolerate reckless driving habits in the territory. He pledged that the Corps would implement effective traffic management strategies, promoting socio-economic development in the territory without compromising on legal standards. At least 10 maritime travelers are feared to have been abducted by sea pirates along the Bonny-Port Harcourt waterway, though details are still sketchy, as was gathered that the incident, which occurred in the early hours of Monday morning, is believed to involve 10 persons traveling between Bonny and Port Harcourt. Confirming the incident via telephone, the district chairman, Maritime Workers Union of Nigeria, River State District, Israel Pepo, said the incident had been reported to security agencies. When contacted, the police public relations officer, Grace Iringekoko, said that the Commissioner of Police, Olatunji Diso, had mandated the Deputy Commissioner of Police in charge of operations, Olubenga Adekboju, and the DPOs in the area to make sure the victims regain their freedom as soon as possible. Governor of Osun State, Ademola Adeleke, has inaugurated some motorized boreholes and toilets to help provide adequate and hygienic water for residents. Adeleke was represented by the Commissioner for Budget and National Planning, Professor Moruf Adeleke, said it would go a long way in alleviating the challenges of the water supply and also provide alternative places for defecation. Benefiting communities are Molodo, Sabo, Ile Funfun, and Tak Grammar School, Modakeke. Adeleke commended the communities for making the project a reality through their collective decision and responsibilities, and appealed to the benefiting communities to safeguard the project and make adequate use of them for the benefit of all. The General Manager of Osun Community and Social Development Agency, Fumi Abokede, commended the governor, Adeleke, for releasing funds for the construction of the project. Abokele said the two projects inaugurated by the government were part of campaign promises made to communities aimed at reducing the hardship in the area. We'll now take a short break. The Joint Committee on Electoral Matters has proposed a slash in salaries of legislators and executive members by 30 and 40%. The proposal was made during an interactive session with judiciary and political parties led by the chairman of the Senate Committee on Electoral Matters, Shafaruddin Ali, on the National Assembly review and amendment of the Electoral Act 2022. According to them, the salaries of legislators should be reduced by 30%, while that of executive should be reduced by 40% to cut costs. During the session, political parties also proposed that all elections, including the presidential, National Assembly, governorship and state houses of assembly, be conducted in a single day, asserting that the current staggered system of elections is not cost-effective. They also proposed that a continuous voter registration should be linked to the National Identity Number, NIN, for added security and to save costs during the voters' registration. Among the 35 proposals presented by IPAC chairman during a 3-day retreat is that the appointment of a chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission should no longer be the responsibility of the executive, saying it should rather be advertised to interested parties. The chairman of the Joint Committee has promised to interact with INEC and Nigerians across the board for robust feedback to minimize disruptions and ensure rancor and heat-free elections in the future. The National Hydroelectric Power Producing Areas Development Commission, NHYDEPAC, has called on the federal government to declare a state of emergency on flood-ravaged states to reduce its impact. Managing Director of IPADEC, Abubakar Yelwa, who made a call during a press conference, explained that the declaration of state of emergency will reposition relevant agencies to be on alert for prompt response. He maintained that the declaration of emergency had become imperative in view of the effects of flooding already witnessed on the critical infrastructure and people's means of livelihoods in 2024 and the prediction of more flooding to come. Yewa disclosed that so far 634 communities had been affected, with more than 3,000 farmlands washed away by flood in Benue, while 6,959 households with 10,000 farmlands were affected, with 1 life lost in Kebbi. He said that 6 lives were lost to flooding in Magama and Mashego local government areas of Niger State, while the Dadin Kowa Dam in Gombe was at the verge of collapse, thereby posing a serious threat to life and property. Yewa said the situation posed a very serious threat to the ongoing efforts of President Bola Tinubu and state government's efforts to ensure food security and wealth creation in the state. The managing director also disclosed that 3 major bridges were washed away on Bayukam Federal Highway and Jalingo Wukari Road in Taraba, as well as Mayera Sabumpegi Kwachi in New Busa, Niger State. Yewa added that other critical infrastructures such as culverts and flood drains, schools and health centers have equally been affected across the Commission's areas of operation. Majority of Nigerians believe that Abuja is a land that does no wrong, filled with elite and prestigious. While these claims may be true and could be seen as strengths, it also brings about the problems of overpopulation and congestion in some areas, given that Abuja is not so big geographically. Most residents believe that the construction of more flyovers like China will better aid the traffic problem, while others assume that the movement of development to the rural areas will do so much more. Signature TV correspondent Judith Mba spoke with some Abuja residents who aired their different opinions on impending congestion in the FCT. when they met behind closed doors at Government House in Port Harcourt. Speaking to newsmen after the meeting, Christopher expressed satisfaction with the issues discussed and mutually endorsed and expressed willingness to ensure their actualization separately and collectively to their benefit. He also said that the discussion extended to the abundant natural resources in River State, which are evidence of how blessed it is as a state, much like Canada. The envoy noted the peaceful and hospitable ambience in the state, stressing that the Canadian government and companies were satisfied with the opportunities that exist in the state, were tapping into existing policies to boost mutual collaborations. An Ile-Ife magistrate court in Osun on Monday remanded a driver, Lasisi Sodik, in a correctional facility for allegedly causing the death of an Obafemi Awolowo University OAU student. Sadiq, 28, was charged with driving against traffic law, reckless driving, driving without license, manslaughter, and driving without certificate of insurance. In a ruling, the magistrate Abosede Sarumi ordered that the defendant be remanded at a correctional center pending bail application. She also ordered the defense counsel Leke Dada to file a formal application for his client's bail. Sarumi adjourned the case until October 2nd for mention. A Britain, Andrew Wayne, accused by Nigeria Police Force NFP of inciting insurrection against President Bola Tinubu, has charged the Nigerian government not to treat protest as treason. Wayne made this known while reacting to police allegation of building a network of sleeper cells to topple Bola Tinubu's administration. The government on Monday arraigned 10 Nigerians who participated in last month's End Bad Governance protest in Abuja. Part of the charges against them was that they collaborated with a 70-year-old Briton with intent to destabilize Nigeria, called on the military to take over the government for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. In a statement written on the letterhead of his bookshop, Pove asked the government to release the detainees. He said rather than addressing the people's demands, the government turned to repression. According to Wayne, the authorities have attacked the so-called leaders and organizers of a protest, claiming that 10 people faced ridiculous charges, including treason, mutiny, and levying war against the state. Force spokesman Muyiwa Adejobi, while addressing newsmen on Monday, declared the British national and a Nigerian Lucky Obiyan wanted for allegedly plotting to overthrow the democratically elected government of President Bola Tinubu. The Osun State Independent Electoral Commission, OSEC, has assured all contesting candidates and political parties in the February 22, 2025 local government election that their documents will be properly scrutinized. The OSEC chairman, Ashim Abioye, made his remark during the inauguration of OSEC Verification Committee in Osogbo. Abioye, during the inauguration, said that an 18-member committee headed by Abdul Latif Olayaju would verify certificates and other documents of contestants participating in the forthcoming local government elections in the state. The OSEC chairman, while expressing confidence, said the electoral umpire had fixed Saturday, February 22, 2025, for the next local government elections in the state, and 18 political parties, including the ruling People's Democratic Party, PDP, and the main opposition, All Progressive Congress, APC, have signified interest to participate in the polls. President Bola Tinubu has commiserated with the Yaradua family over the passing of Hajiya Dada, mother of a late former President Umaru Yaradua and the late General Shehu Yaradua. The matriarch of the Yaradua family passed away on Monday, the president's spokesman, Ajurin Gadali, said in a statement. Tinubu also extended his condolences to Senator Abdulaziz Yaradua, the people of Katsina State, and to the many lives the late matriarch touched. The president extolled a legacy of compassion, faith, honesty, and good fellowship. Tinubu prayed for the repose of the soul of the deceased and affirmed that the matriarch would always be remembered for the support, peace, joy, and comfort she offered to many. We now take a short break on Signature TV. The rising inflation rate will force Nigerian households to spend the largest amount of their earnings on food in the next 6 months. If a recent survey conducted by the Central Bank of Nigeria is anything to go by, the most recent report by the National Bureau of Statistics (NBS) has put the inflation rate in the country at 33.4% and food inflation over 40%. These and more in our business news.
Nigeria's CBN indicates that worsening economic conditions are pushing Nigerians into debt. The July 2024 Household Expectations Survey reveals that consumers are pessimistic about the next 3 months with a confidence level of -9.1 points. The survey, which included responses from 1,665 households, also suggests that Nigerians are likely to dip into their savings or incur debt to meet their financial obligations. While there is some optimism about an increase in family income, the overall outlook remains bleak, with inflation expected to rise further in the coming months. Maize cultivation in Nigeria has dropped to its lowest level in 14 years due to insecurity and high input costs. According to the U.S. Department of Agriculture, the area of maize fields harvested in the 2024/2025 season is only 5.1 million hectares, the smallest since 2010/2011. Despite this, maize yields in Katsina State have reached their highest levels since 2019. Improved yields could help alleviate malnutrition concerns and reduce food-driven inflation, which hit 34% in June 2024. The Nigerian government has responded by introducing measures to lower food prices, including a temporary window for wheat and maize imports. Zenith Bank has reported a 98% rise in after-tax profit for the first half of 2024, reaching 577.9 billion naira compared to 291.7 billion naira in the same period last year. The bank also saw a 117.6% increase in gross earnings, hitting 2.1 trillion naira. This growth was driven by increases in internet income and non-interest income soared by 177%, surpassing the 1 trillion mark, while non-interest income rose by 74% to 899.3 billion naira. The ongoing fuel scarcity has intensified demand on the Dangote refinery to commence production as petrol prices soared to as high as 1,000 naira per litre in Lagos, ENUGU and Abuja. Despite reassurances from NNPC Limited that distribution issues have been addressed, long queues persist at fuel stations, many of which remain closed. Industry experts, including former NERC chairman Sam Amadi, suggest that the solution to the persistent shortages lies in the Dangote refinery's ability to ramp up production. Amadi stressed that the refinery's operations would be crucial in stabilizing the country's fuel supply and easing the current crisis. The industrial goods sector of the Nigerian Stock Exchange experienced a challenging August with 13% decline. This downturn follows a 5.6% decrease in July and reflects the broader selling pressure in the financial markets. In contrast, the oil and gas sector provided a positive boost to the market, highlighting the divergent performances across sectors. Indonesia is set to sign $3.5 billion worth of business deals with African countries during the second Indonesia-Africa Forum being held in Bali. President Joko Widodo emphasized the importance of strengthening economic ties with Africa to boost trade and investment. The forum will include several agreements such as a geothermal project between Indonesia's state power utility and Tanzania and a pharmaceutical collaboration with Ghana. The deals are expected to enhance economic operations between Indonesia and African nations, furthering the region's development. European shares dipped slightly as the Stoxx 600 index fell by 0.2%, with investors bracing for a data-heavy week and key policy speeches from European Central Bank officials. Investors are keenly watching for signs of future monetary policy direction. Last week, Eurozone inflation fell to 2.2%, the slowest pace since July 2021, adding to the uncertainty surrounding the region's economic outlook. Manufacturing data from Germany, Spain, and other Eurozone countries will be closely monitored to gauge the strength of the economy. China's smaller manufacturers saw a modest recovery in factory activity in August, according to the Caixin S&P Global Manufacturing PMI, which rose to 50.4, indicating slight growth after a contraction in July. This contrasts with official data, which showed a decline in manufacturing activity to a 6-month low. While external demand helped boost output, weakening domestic consumption remains a concern. Analysts suggest that China's state-led economy remains resilient, but caution that the government needs to address short-term growth challenges to improve household sentiment. And that's where we'll draw the curtains on Signature Business News. I am Thompson Natus.
South African President Cyril Ramaphosa has told China's Xi Jinping that he wanted to narrow his country's trade deficit with Beijing, days before the Chinese leader is due to urge a summit of 50 African nations to buy more Chinese goods. China, which has the world's second biggest economy, is South Africa's largest trading partner globally, but last year the value of its imports from China far outstripped exports. Ramaphosa's remarks point to the challenge Xi may have in convincing African leaders gathering in Beijing to absorb more of a production powerhouse's wares, particularly after China did not meet a pledge from the last forum on China-Africa Cooperation Summit in 2021 to buy $300 billion worth of African goods. With Western curbs on Chinese exports such as solar panels and electric vehicles looming, finding buyers for items that the US and Europe maintain, Beijing has overcapacity in its top priority for Xi at this year's summit, which opens on Wednesday. Hong Kong's flagship carrier, Cathay Pacific Airways, on Tuesday said it identified 15 planes in its Airbus A350 fleet with affected engine components that require replacement, of which 3 have already been fixed during an inspection that has resulted in the grounding of all the carrier's flights involved in the aircraft. The remaining affected fleet continues to be out of service, which the carrier expects will resume operation by September 7. One A350 aircraft was observed near Terminal 1 at Hong Kong International Airport on Tuesday. The Airport Information Board also showed cancellation of flights to Singapore and Tokyo, all of which were scheduled to use the Airbus A350-900. Cathay Pacific has not disclosed specifics regarding the failed engine component, but noted this was the first failure of its kind on any A350 aircraft globally. An insider, who chose to remain anonymous, revealed to Reuters that the incident involved an issue with a fuel nozzle in an XWB-97 engine, a specific Rolls-Royce model installed in the A350-1000. Talks between Russian President Vladimir Putin and Mongolian counterpart Ognagin Krylska started in the country's capital, Ulaanbaatar, on Tuesday. Russia has been in talks for years about building a pipeline to carry 50 billion cubic meters of natural gas a year from its Yamal region to China via Mongolia. Project Power of Siberia 2 is part of Russia's strategy to compensate for the loss of most of its gas sales in Europe since the start of the Ukraine war. It is a planned successor to an existing pipeline of the same name, which already supplies Russian gas to China and is due to reach its planned capacity of 38 billion cubic meters per year in 2025. Ukraine urged Mongolia last week to arrest Putin on a warrant issued by the International Criminal Court, a warrant last year when it accused him of a war crime of illegally deporting hundreds of children from Ukraine. The Kremlin has dismissed the accusation, saying it is politically motivated, and has said it has no worries about Putin making the trip. Pope Francis arrived in Indonesia on Tuesday for the first leg of an ambitious Asia-Pacific tour in what was dubbed a historic visit by President Joko Widodo. 87-year-old pontiff landed at Jakarta's Soekarno-Hatta Airport on a chartered ITA Airways flight, which also carried his entourage and accompanying reporters. Sitting in a wheelchair, the Pope disembarked from the plane via a lift and was handed a bouquet of local produce by two children dressed in traditional Indonesian attire. Ahead of the Pope's arrival, Widodo said his people warmly welcomed Francis on a visit that had been planned long ago, but was delayed by the pandemic. Pontiff would also visit East Timor, Singapore and Papua New Guinea over the next 10 days. His first official event will come on Wednesday, when it's due to address Indonesia's political leaders. On Thursday, September 5, Francis will take part in an inter-religious meeting at Itifak Mosque, the largest mosque in Southeast Asia. Indonesia's world's most populous Muslim majority nation has about 280 million inhabitants, of which only about 3% are Catholic. Top seeds Jannik Sinner and Iga Swiatek continue to blaze a trail through the U.S. Open draws on Monday, easing into the quarterfinals of a tournament marked by almost daily upsets with a minimum of fuss. Swiatek overpowered Russian 16th seed Lyudmila Samsonova 6-4, 6-1 to set up a quarterfinal clash with 6th seed Jessica Pegula in a bid for a 6th Grand Slam title. 22-year-old, who is a Ted Lasso fan, says she tried to stay focused after seeing the show's leading actor Jason Sudeikis in the crowd. Meanwhile, Sinner disappointed the partisan crowd with a 7-6, 3, 7-6, 5-6-1 win over Tommy Paul. Talent Sinner barely got a book at Paul's serve until the third set, but produced his best tennis when it mattered to subdue the ever-since American and move on to a mouth-watering last 8 meeting with 2021 champion Daniil Medvedev. New Zealand government said it will nearly triple entry fees for tourists and spurring criticism from the key tourism sector that a higher level would deter visitors. The government said it would increase international visitor and conservation and tourism fees starting on October 1. The NZ $35 fee was introduced in July 2019, but this was not sufficient to cover the costs associated with so many visitors. The government said the fee was competitive and it was confident New Zealand will continue to be seen as an attractive visitor destination. However, New Zealand Airport's Chief Executive Billy Moore and EcoZip Adventures Managing Director Calvin Oliver said a higher fee could discourage tourists, especially as the sector, once New Zealand's biggest export earner, is still struggling to recover from strict border closures implemented during the COVID-19 pandemic. The New Zealand government has also recently increased the cost of visitors' visa, and there is a proposal to increase charges on regional airports.
Well, the IVL is actually hypothecated for 50% tourism and 50% conservation. So what we want to do is shift some of the costs from the taxpayer to the visitor, and ultimately what we want to do is grow tourism. We've got an ambitious target to double our exports as a country over the next 10 years. Tourism is our second biggest export earner. I've tasked Tourism NZ to grow the value of international tourism by $5 billion over the next 4 years.
I think we're saddened by it. It went to consultation. There were a number of levels were proposed, $50, $70 and $100, and we advocated for 50. We felt there should be an increase, but this is a very, very significant increase at a time when the tourism sector is struggling to recover post-COVID.
So I think New Zealand's right up there at the moment at being one of the most expensive places to cross the border for a holiday, and that really means we need to think carefully about our economic strategy and how we're going to improve the economic situation of all New Zealanders when tourism is such a core part of our economy.
Israeli protesters have voiced their anger at the government's failure to reach a ceasefire agreement and hostage release deals with Hamas as a nationwide strike continued into its second day on Monday. The deaths of 6 captives in Gaza at the weekend has triggered outrage among Israeli residents, with hundreds of thousands pouring into city streets to express their fury and step up calls for the release of hostages in Gaza. As the public anger escalated, Israel's largest trade union, the Ishtadrot, launched a general strike on Monday, first since the conflict erupted last October. It aims to shut down or disrupt major sectors of the economy, including banking, healthcare, and the country's main airport. Medical workers in Israeli hospitals and medical centers went on strike, while many government departments also suspended public services. Street protests also resumed across the country on Monday, with thousands gathering on one of Tel Aviv's main roads and even setting up barricades to block off the entire street and prevent vehicles from passing through. Those attending the rally expressed their dissatisfaction at the government's decision-making after Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said Israeli troops will remain at the Philadelphia corridor, a 100-meter wide and 14-kilometer long buffer zone along the Egypt-Gaza border. The protests intensified as crowds spilled into the main roads and intersections across Tel Aviv, holding aloft pictures of hostages and waving yellow flags, with the demonstrations lasting for several hours and causing significant traffic jams in many areas of the city. South Korean actor Yoo Ah-in was sentenced by a lower court in Seoul to 1 year in jail on Tuesday on drug charges, becoming the latest celebrity to be caught in the authorities' crackdown on drugs. Yoo, who starred in the award-winning film Burning and Netflix series Hellbound, was accused of illegally using propofol, a medical anesthetic, on multiple occasions between 2020 and 2022, among other drug charges. A series of drug-related arrests involving celebrities and heirs of conglomerates, or chaebols as they are known in South Korea, has prompted authorities to vigorously pursue a crackdown on narcotics and increase custom inspections. Sentencing comes less than a year after actor Lee Sung-kyun, who starred in the Oscar-winning film Parasite, was found dead in an apparent suicide after facing police questioning 3 times over accusations of illegal drug use. The United Nations, in collaboration with Palestinian health authorities, has completed a second day of a campaign to vaccinate 640,000 children in the Gaza Strip, with Israel and Hamas agreeing to brief pauses in their 11-month war to allow the campaign to go ahead. More than 80,000 children have been vaccinated in Gaza against polio, out of a projected target of more than 600,000 children, which means more work needs to be done. The campaign comes after the confirmation last month that a baby was partially pathologized by the type 2 polio virus, the first such case in the territory in 25 years. More than 1.2 million vaccine doses have been delivered to Gaza, with an additional 400,000 doses expected soon, according to the UN. UN agencies UNRWA, the UN World Health Organization WHO, the UN Children's Fund UNICEF, and Palestinian health authorities aim to achieve at least 90% vaccination coverage in each round of the campaign to curb the current outbreak and prevent international spread of polio.
Given the numbers that we had yesterday, it's off to a very good start. We were thrilled that there were 87,000 vaccinated on the first day out of 156,000 that we are hoping to reach in the middle area. On Thursday, the vaccination campaign will move to the southern areas. It's very promising that already we have heard interest from parents who have come from Khan Yunis, who have come from the southern area, and are asking our staff there and asking our teams, when is the vaccination going to be available for us? When can we take our children? One of the biggest problems we're having and one of the biggest challenges is actually safely distributing the vaccination, because we have some areas in these so-called humanitarian pause zones, which means between the hours of 6 a.m. and 2 p.m. there needs to be no fighting and temporary ceasing in fighting. But outside of these zones, of course, and still in the middle area, we are still struggling to get access.
Players of the Nigerian under-18 boys basketball team have been denied visas to the 2024 FIBA under-18 Afro Basketball by South African consulate at the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. This decision has jeopardized Nigeria's trip to the biennial tournament starting in South Africa on Tuesday. Nigeria billed to face Egypt in Pretoria later in the day. Players who trained and camped in Abuja on return from Abidjan are in total shock, tears and pain as they watch their dreams of being at the FIBA World Championship fade on account of the South Africans denying them entry. The Vice Chairman of the Youth Development Committee of the Nigerian Basketball Federation, Ugo Udezue, who is already in Pretoria with the first team, was shocked when he was alerted on the development. Sees the development as a total sabotage. Act of refusing the team visas seems like a deliberate attempt to stop the Junior D Tigers. South African Embassy in Lagos cleared the girls to travel, and they're already in Pretoria and set for their opening match against Egypt on Tuesday. Girls were camped in Lagos in a return from Ivory Coast, where both teams finished as winners of the FIBA Africa Zone 3 qualifiers. The NBBF sent the names of the boys and girls in a single letter to the embassy. It was then that the NBBF has already complained to FIBA Africa, South African hosts, and the Nigeria Foreign Affairs Ministry. Calls by South African officials from Pretoria have made little or no impact. That's the news this hour. I am Barikumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching.
The time we entered this earth as human beings, we started industrialization. We started this a kind of development. We call it the technological, development, advancement. Thank you very much. So from there, we started emission. Understand? Doubling emission, CO2, SO4, methane, and the rest of them. And then you started clogging the atmosphere with abnormal kind of quantity of gases. And then it started saturating. So you start seeing rainfall when it's not even supposed to fall. And you start seeing heavy rainfall. By the time you have heavy rainfall, there will be a kind of massive movement of water on the earth. And then it start causing flooding. Suffice to see that as the technology is moving on, buildings are springing up. So many people, if you go to some states, you'll find out that some people will see a waterway and they will build on it. If you go to some, then you see some people don't follow the blueprint of states and kind of building houses. That is why some governors will come on board and they'll start demolishing certain places because you didn't follow the area originally. I don't know whether I'm making sense. So as if we as people start checking out the natural pathways of water, how it collects down to the ocean, and then starts changing our character based on the way we live, emission level, I think that is a baseline. That is where we can now start from.
Welcome to E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV, and I'm your host, Layomi Adeyemi. As always, this show will be packed with the latest buzz from the world of entertainment, from the hottest celebrity comebacks to the juiciest industry gossips, gist of latest movies and music that you shouldn't miss, interviews with guests, and we've got you all covered, like everything. So please grab your popcorn, sit back, and enjoy the very best of entertainment. On our first news today, Baby Naija Season 9 Ebuka criticizes housemates for boring performance. Ebuka Obi Uchendu, the host of Big Brother Naija reality show, has expressed his dissatisfaction with the no-lose-guard housemates, accusing them of being uninspiring, failing to engage viewers. In a social media video, Ebuka accuses housemates of not contributing to the excitement of the show. He shared his frustration, recounting a particular dull moment during their recent pool party. Addressing the housemates during the Sunday Live eviction show, Ebuka stated that he doesn't think he has yawned this as much in a week as he has in that one. He says that they give nothing. Even at their pool party, he thinks he slept like 30 minutes into it, and he's not even sure what's happening. They are giving zero at this point. Wow. Let's take a look at this video I'm talking about. Okay, it seems like this video is not ready yet. I wanted to show you guys
as your guy. I don't think I've yawned.
Why did they take so?
This week, as much as I've ever yawned before. You guys gave nothing. Even your pool party, I think I slept off about 30 minutes into it. I'm not sure what's happening, but you guys are giving zero at this point. Anyway, Shatoria, how are you doing?
Good day, Buka.
Congratulations on your HOH win, even if you lost the wager. Unfortunately. But I want to get to something at the start of your win. Victoria, how are you doing?
I'm fine, thanks.
So when it got to the point of choosing a pair to join you guys at the HOH Lounge, it almost seemed like there was no pre-conversation before WANI-X Handy were chosen. Were you aware of that? I'm not saying if you were happy with it, but did you have a pre-conversation about who to choose?
I feel like we really did not need to speak about it, because if it was WANI and Andy in the same position...
I asked a specific question. Was there a conversation?
Yes, there was a brief conversation.
Are you okay with that?
As you can see, Ebuka was not happy with them. He was not happy with them at all. Because this is a reality TV show we are talking about. Everybody is expecting quality entertainment. Like, that's why we are watching you. We're not watching you to just see you live your lives. We want to be entertained by your life. You understand? It's a pool party. We've seen previous seasons, how they always turn up, how there's always like one drama or the other. But it seems like these people, they lose guard though. and the title is No Lose Guard. No Lose Guard. So anyway, we just hope that in this coming week, like, they step up with their entertainment. I beg, please. We're not watching BBN so that we can just be sleeping. I'd rather sleep in my house. So please, 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 please. I cannot put on the TV and you not give me entertaining gist. So in a way, I support Ebuka. So, in other news, the Afrobeat star Fireboy DML has revealed his plans to collaborate with fellow artist Logi on a joint extended play, EP. The announcement came during an interview with the Beat 99.9 FM in Lagos. Fireboy shared that they were working on a joint EP together, and they have a fantastic dynamic in the studio. In addition to this exciting news, Fireboy recently dropped his 4th studio album, Adedamola. He also spoke about his experience working with the renowned artist Lagbaja on the track Back and Forth. The artist stated that Lagbaja is the most meticulous artist he has ever collaborated with, and he wished Lagbaja had taken off his mask, but he kept it on throughout their studio time. He also said that he learned a great deal from him during the session. So it seems like Fireboy wants to be giving us back to back. Because when did he just drop album? That everybody is listening to, like, okay, yeah, I've been taken to memories, his memories, like memories from the past, even to now, you understand, enjoying the groove, you understand. Then even the one with Lagbaja, please, yeah, he has come again with another one. We say we're expecting one with Loje. Ha, it seems like Fireboy wants the team made a hot for our ears. Maybe not tired. Don't worry, Fireboy will be there for you. Drop her, we go listen now. So in other news, the director Daniel Orihai. This is a gist from the movie world, so please listen. You movie lovers, listen. Come closer to the screen. Yes, director Daniel Orihai, has announced that his latest project, The Weeknd, represents one of the most significant undertakings of his career in nearly 7 years. Orihai, known for his psychological thrillers, such as Taxi Driver, Oke Ashewo in 2015 and Sylvia in 2018, he has returned with a film that has already gained notable recognition. In an interview with Nollywood, Orihai reflected on his journey, expressing gratitude for the opportunity to work on The Weeknd. He said that it's a humble experience to create such a film, that he hasn't worked on something on this scale for almost 7 years. So coming back to the limelight has been both thrilling and humbling for him. He really hopes Nigerians love it. Orihai's filmmaking career started with Misfits, a psychological horror film made on a modest budget. His new film, The Weeknd, distinguishes itself by being the only Nollywood entry featured at 2024 Tribeca Film Festival in New York. This achievement underscores his goal of creating films that resonate globally while maintaining local relevance. The Weeknd is a psychological thriller that tells the story of Nikia, an orphaned woman who visits her fiancé's seemingly perfect family, only to uncover disturbing secrets. The film features a cast including Uzoamaka Anihuno, Bu Kim, Franklin, Meg Otanwa, Kepi Epyong Basi, Gloria Anozie Young, and Damilola Ogunsi. Wow, it's so nice that Daniel is coming back with a banger. It seems like for a long time now in this Nollywood world, we've just been having more of maybe romance or maybe action, or maybe you are trying to tell history and all. It's nice for us to get like a psychological thriller once again, like something that will make us on our seats and like the suspense. Let your heart be beating back. So yeah, it's a nice one. We are looking forward to watching this movie, The Weeknd. And if you're a movie lover, please, especially if you love thrillers and you love to always be on your toes, you love the suspense life when it comes to watching movies, yeah, you don't want to miss that. Yeah, and also still in the movie world, still in the movie industry, we'll be talking about director Adeoluwa Owu, who is gearing up for a premiere of the new film Queen Latifah. Adeoluwa Owu, the acclaimed director behind Queen Latifah, is set to unveil his latest feature on September 27, 2024. Known for his impressive body of work, including the 2023 box office hits A Tribe Called Judah and the AFRIFF award-winning The Griots, Owu, affectionately known as Captain Degzy, has expressed his enthusiasm for this new project. In an interview with Shock NG, Owu highlighted his passion for storytelling that emphasizing a rise from adversity to success. He said that he was shrewd about directing Queen Latifah and highlighted that he was drawn to stories that embodies the theme of hope and transformation. He read the script and he was excited to bring to life a narrative of overcoming challenges and achieving greatness despite one's background or obstacles. The story of Latifah represents the essence of hope, the potential to rise above limitations. The film is produced by Wumi Toriola, who is making her major production debut with this project. Though Owu has collaborated with Toriola before, but this marks the first time he's directing a film that she has both produced and starred in. He said that he had worked with Wumi Toriola on previous projects. He added that she is a remarkable talent and is excited for audiences to see her in this new light. They worked closely together to select the perfect cast for each role in the film. Owu also emphasized that Queen Latifah is designed to resonate with a broad audience. The film is for everyone who has dreams and ambitions. He concluded that as long as you are living and you have goals and aspirations and you are excited about beautiful films, then you definitely love Queen Latifah. So Director Owu coming with another big one. We all enjoyed A Tribe Called Judah. We know how hyped it was. We know how we also enjoyed like the movie itself, the storyline, the everything. So now he's telling us he's coming up with Queen Latifah, and he's telling us also that okay, yes, I really love it when I give you guys the from grass to grace stories. Like he loves directing stories like that. And so when he saw the script, he just knew that I have to direct this. This is just a banger. So and also you from the news I've just read now, you know that Wumi Toriola, she's the one that is producing this movie. So if you're a fan of hers and you've been watching her movies for a while now, and you just feel like, let me see something that she made herself, you understand, that she's producing herself, and also she's still going to be acting in it. So fingers crossed, watch out for Queen Latifah then, if you know that you're a fan of her. And even if you're a fan of Director Owu's work, you need to watch out for this movie as well. So let's just hope that we enjoy it, and we hope we are inspired to do better. You know, we also move from grass to grace. You get it? Yeah, in the international scene, we see Cardi B and Offset reunite for the son's birthday party despite their ongoing divorce. Cardi B and Offset put their personal differences aside over the weekend to celebrate their son Wave's 3rd birthday. Despite their ongoing divorce, the former couple appeared to be in good spirits as they co-hosted the party. In the photos and videos shared from the event, Cardi B was seen dancing with Wave and Offset was captured bending down to dance with their son at eye level. The atmosphere seemed amicable, showcasing their commitment to maintaining a united front for their children. Cardi B, who filed a divorce in July 31, has not indicated any change of heart regarding the separation. However, actions suggest a focus on effective co-parenting. The couple, who also shared a 6-year-old daughter named Culture, are preparing for the arrival of their 3rd child, as Cardi's pregnancy is evident and was mentioned in her divorce filing. The report suggested that Cardi had criticized Offset for being unsupportive and a distraction. All these reports have been dismissed by Cardi, and she refuted this claim, stating that Offset remains an asset to their co-parenting efforts and professional collaborations. Overall, Cardi B and Offset's recent interaction reflects a cooperative approach to their family dynamics despite their separation. I'm sure the fans of Cardi B and fans of Offset are really happy to see that at least they are getting along well, even though everyone is wondering what's going on with this divorce. Why are they getting divorced, especially with the fact that they're expecting another child? So it just leaves us wondering that what's going on. But it's nice that at least they are not at each other's throats. They can come out there and still be there for their children. And it even shows that even for the unborn child as well, they would show up for that child. And that shows that, okay, our children, we are focusing on our children no matter what is going on between us. I'm sure there's some fans that are still out there like hoping that maybe all this is just a ruse and they actually come back together and they are fine and their family is one again. But who knows? Let's see how it would unfold, if the divorce would finally go through or they would come together as one family. So, and that's all the gist I have for you today. On the news, you've heard a lot of gist from the music aspect. Fireboy doing his thing. We've heard from Bibi Naija Ebuka. We've also heard from Cardi B, you know, the birthday party of our son and Offset. We've also heard about the movies that are coming soon that we need to expect, from the psychological thriller, The Weeknd, and even Queen Latifah. So please do well to just stay on this channel. There's still more for you. I'll be interviewing a wonderful guest and I'm sure that you enjoy yourself. So, you know, don't leave. Just wait. I'll be going on a break for now. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's still E-Vibes. Yes. E-Vibes Entertainment Show on Signature TV. You know, I told you the last time that I'm sure you've not seen enough from this fashion event I went to in Jengala, the Igbo fashion story. I know you guys have not seen, in fact, the tip of the iceberg is all you've seen. So I need you guys to see more and maybe be inspired to also create some things of yours, you understand, lots of designs of yours as well, or recreate some of the styles you see, you know, because we all have to look good, we all love fashion. So I'll be showing the video again. Please enjoy yourself.
Today we'll be telling a story in fashion, and I hope you have an amazing time this evening. God bless you all. Thank you.
Anywhere you went, I will take you. I want I never see beautiful people. Mama guy, I'm money. It's put them up on you anymore. Don't get enough anymore. Mama guy, Mama guy. If you see me, tell me not enough money. Mama guy. Anywhere you went, I will take you. I want I never see beautiful people. Mama guy, I'm money. It's put them up on you anymore. Don't get enough anymore. Mama guy, Mama guy. If you see me, tell me anymore. Not enough money. Mama guy. Anywhere you went, I will take you. I want I never see beautiful people.
Ladies and gentlemen, Wada passed by Kusi. Ladies and gentlemen, Wabo is passed by Zito Fashion. Zito Fashion is known, real name, Zito Igiligi. As you can see, the president is showing forth. Ladies and gentlemen, on the runway, some of you that are married can attest to the fact that this is how it should be, especially in present day Igbo land. Always loving everybody, no discrimination. One time, no competition. Ladies and gentlemen, you can see what it looks like.
original song, and this song is titled Ose. It's a love song gone bad. I hope you enjoy it. What could be stronger than pain? I say loving someone who loves someone else. Give me example of frustration. I say
Wow. Wow. I attended the event. I'm watching it again and I'm still wowed because no. That show was amazing. Like the outfits, again and again looking at them. Oh my God. It's just so beautiful. So beautiful. Before I have actually a guest with me, but before I introduce my guest, let's go on a short break. I don't want you to miss anything. The network is bad.
The time we entered this earth as human beings, we started industrialization. We started this a kind of development. We call it the technological, development, advancement. Thank you very much. So from there, we started emission. Understand? Doubling emission, CO2, SO4, methane, and the rest of them. And then you started clogging the atmosphere with abnormal kind of quantity of gases. And then it started saturating. So you start seeing rainfall when it's not even supposed to fall. And you start seeing heavy rainfall. By the time you have heavy rainfall, there will be a kind of massive movement of water on the earth. And then it start causing flooding. So far is to see that as the technology is moving on, buildings are springing up. So many people, if you go to some states, you'll find out that some people will see a waterway and they will build on it. If you go to some, then you see some people don't follow the blueprint of states and kind of building houses. That is why some governors will come on board and they'll start demolishing certain places because you didn't follow the area originally. I don't know whether I'm making sense. So as if we as people start checking out the natural pathways of water, how it collects down to the ocean, and then starts changing our character based on the way we live, emission level, I think that is a baseline. That is where we can now start from.
Hello and thanks for joining us on this segment of our show. My guest today is Honorable Farouk Aliyu. Honorable Farouk Aliyu was a one-time minority leader at the House of Representatives. He is a chieftain of the APC and one of the most dogged followers of President Muhammad.
Yes, you're still on to E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. Like I said, I have a wonderful guest for you today. Before I talk about that, the Performance Musicians Association of Nigeria. We are going to be talking about that today. It was established in 1984, and it was a labor union that was created to protect the rights and the interests of Nigerian musicians. And this group was actually started by a prominent Nigerian musicians such as Christy Essen, Igbokwe, King Sunny Ade, Feni, and Nicola Kuti. The organization aimed to provide a unified voice for musicians in negotiation with other employees, with government bodies, and industry players. So today we'll be looking at the PMNA, that's the Performance Musicians Association of Nigeria. We're looking at it from the past, the present, and the future. And to discuss that with me today is the chairman, yes, and the sole administrator of the caretaker community, PMAN, yes, River State. You can also call it PMAN, yes. And his name is Moses Mabadeje. Yes, let me pronounce like a Yoruba girl. Mabadeje, Big Mosey. So, Big Mosey, are you on? Can we hear you? Can you hear us?
Yes, I'm on.
Oh, good afternoon.
Can you
It's
hear
lovely
me?
to have you in the studio.
Afternoon.
Good. And you're looking good, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you. You too.
Thank you. Thank you. So, can you tell us a bit about PMAN? Because so many people don't really know what it's for. Although I've explained already that it's an association for musicians. But you being someone that is like in it itself, can you just tell us a bit about it so that people can understand?
Yes, basically you said it all. PMAN was established way back in the 1980s by prominent musicians such as Fela, late Christy Essen, Gerald Opino, King Sunny Ade, Tony Okoroji, and the likes of them, you know, and they set up this organization to protect the rights and the interests and the welfare of musicians around Nigeria. Yeah, so this association has been on ever since, and it has the national body is in Lagos, and right now they have different state chapters with different states the chairman. Yeah, so that's just basically what PMAN is set up for. Yeah.
Okay. So, can you just tell us a bit about some of the challenges that you guys encountered while trying to, create PMAN? Yeah. Some of the challenges at especially at early stages.
I wasn't there when it was created, so I can't really state the challenges they faced. We came on as younger ones to see the association in existence, and as musicians and entertainers, we also joined PMAN. I joined PMAN way back in 1993, thereabout, yeah, as a young musician coming up. And ever since, we've been on in River State, back and forth, trying to protect the rights and welfare of musicians in River State and in diaspora. Yeah. So for the challenges, basically it's the same challenges that we all face, whether it's in River State or in Nigeria. But in River State here, we face the challenges of funds. We face the challenges of even the government, the government is never or has never been a challenge, but trying to reach them, to partner with them, sometimes can be a challenge, you know. But at the long run, we always straighten it out and look for a way forward. Yeah. So the challenges are numerous. The challenges facing the welfare of musicians, um, how much musicians are supposed to be paid, raising the bar of musicians, trying to set up seminars to enlighten musicians and fellow session men on the importance of music and importance of their value when it comes to music, and generally making musicians being accepted and protected, not just by the government, but also by the police. You know, we are entertainment people and we move out. Most of the shows we attend, some of them are at night. And going back to our respective abodes might be a challenge because of the police who are trying to keep security, you know. So sometimes we encounter the police and ID cards are being presented. I don't want to say much about the police, but we all know the Nigerian factor. You have to be scrutinized and then set free. But sometimes it doesn't turn out in our favor because PMAN in some states are not really recognized. So that's one of the challenges, making it recognized by both the government and the law enforcement agencies.
Head of leadership crisis that has plagued the PMAN in Rivers State in the past. So how is the current leadership working to resolve those issues and to ensure stability in the organization?
Yeah, they said uneasy lies the head that wears the crown. And when something wants spoiled, let me speak in pidgin, when something wants spoiled, you start from the head. You know, so there came a certain time when PMAN was plagued with lots of issues coming from the national. They had about 3 factions, and PMAN, national PMAN chairman from 3 factions who were at loggerheads as to who was to be the authentic PMAN president, Nigeria. But with the advert, with time, these factions were squashed and became one unified force. And basically, it really affected us as musicians. It affected us in the state because when the head is not settled, the body will not be. So we also, that factions, you know, when people who, like in Lagos, the factions had supporters way down here in River State. Everybody had his own supporters and loyalists. And so when these factions came out, it became a problem because everybody had an Oga, so to speak, that they were loyal to. So it started affecting the state because we were not, we were always at loggerheads and we started to seem like troublemakers. But in the past years, in the past 7 years or more, everything had straightened out and we had successful handovers from one administration to the other. Even at the national level, we've had successful administrations and here in River State. So we decided to forgo the national for the sake of our state's peace, and we settled ourselves. And ever since we've been towing that line, a line of peace, and everything has been working in accordance to how we want it to work out. Yeah.
Okay. You've also been advocating for transparency and accountability in PMAN River State. So now that you are the sole administrator, please tell us what are you doing to achieve this feat? Like what you want, transparency and accountability.
Well, transparency and accountability starts from the top. If the top is not accountable to anything, then it trickles down to your exco members. And accountability is something that is key to any administration. Yeah, you have to be accountable because you were not put there by yourself. You were put there by people. Whether it's an elected position or an appointed position, you were put there. If it's an appointed position, you were nominated by a certain set of people. If it's an elected position, you were voted in by some set of people. So you have to be accountable to those people. By making sure that the state and its funds and its activities are protected and well managed by you. You have to be accountable to every purpose, and try and make things seem right. Because when you do that, then it tells a good story and you have more members and followership. Yeah. So being accountable and I think it's a Nigerian problem, but we can fix it. It's not just in Nigeria, but it's not just in PMAN, but in Nigeria. Well, it's something that can be fixable if you have the right crowd and the right people and the right supporters.
All right, all right. So can you tell us a bit about the collaborations that PMAN has had with other organizations, so that the musicians, because you're catering for musicians, for them to be able to be recognized internationally, then even within Nigeria?
Yeah, I just got into power, so the collaborations have been made in the past. Yeah, the government of Rivers State is key because we are under the Trade Union Congress of Nigeria. PMAN is an organization that is registered and accepted by the government and is under the Trade Union of Nigeria. So we partner with government bodies, we partner with NGOs, we partner with private individuals and private companies to try and stabilize and look for a better way forward for musicians and artists. Yeah, so we also partner with international bodies who organize shows and different packages to bring more functions and make PMAN more functionable in the society and more acceptable in the society. And so that the younger ones coming up will see its viability and be able to key into it. Yeah, because if you're not recognized and seen as a union that will protect the rights and the welfare of its members, then I don't think you have a way. You don't have a level. You don't have a way forward. You can't have a way forward.
Okay. How does PMAN plan to engage the younger generation? Because there are upcoming artists now, then even established younger musicians and all. So how do you plan to engage them? Because I don't even hear a lot of people talk about PMAN, and a lot of artists talk about PMAN anymore. And so how do you plan to engage them so that they themselves, their interests can be represented as well?
Yeah, we'll engage them by organizing seminars to educate them on the importance of PMAN in their career, and also give them platforms to be able to perform and showcase their talents. Also, protect their rights when it comes to radio stations and TV stations. Make them and their contents heard. We can't be in a state where we have young, viable musicians who churn out songs on the daily or on the weekly, and we keep playing songs from Lagos because they are hit songs. I believe that the more you play a song, the more people will like it. No song, there are so many songs that are hit songs that have never been heard. Yeah, so many songs. It's just because the artists do not have the funds to promote their works. So it stays with them, and before you know it, they get weak and then they just abandon the project and look for something, a different career. But if these artists, excuse me, have the opportunity to be heard, they do a song and they go to the radio stations and the TV stations and they do a video and they go to radio stations and TV stations and they are able to be heard without spending money, then I think it will really encourage them. You know, I don't know the feeling. I can imagine the feeling one would get if at the end of the day you do a song and you take it to the radio station and nobody charges you money and they listen to your song and they find out that this song is good and they start promoting it. Do you know the kind of joy you derive from hearing your work being advertised or being played on the radio? It's a massive it will turn out to be a massive like encouragement for you to do more. These are how most of these artists, or this is how most of these artists you hear today came to be. The Burna Boy you're hearing about today, these are one of the steps that was taken. And I was also into radio. I was also into broadcasting at that time. And, you know, he had massive support from radio stations in Port Harcourt. And on getting to Lagos, he still enjoyed that same support because his work was good. And look where he took him to now. Look where he's gotten him to. Burna Boy is Grammy right now, you know. So encouragement from the radio stations, from the TV stations, from other government parastatals and private NGOs who will support PMAN and support the works of the artists who take out their time to nurture their talents.
Amazing,
Yeah.
amazing. You said a lot here, Big Muzi, and thank you very much for enlightening us today. And I'm
Thank
sure
you.
some younger musicians that are listening to it, they would see more reasons to trust Pima and know that, okay, you guys are really actually after their own interest. Thank you so much for today.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So, and that is all that we have for you today on A-Vibes. Do well to tune in tomorrow by 1 p.m. And also do it to follow us on our social media platforms, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, YouTube. Please, yes, yeah, subscribe. Subscribe to the subscribe. I'm not threatening you, but please do subscribe so that you can continue to enjoy wonderful, entertaining things like this. So, I remain your host, Layomi Adeyemi, and that's all for today.
Ever wonder what makes the world tick? It's all in the numbers. Welcome to Counting the Numbers, where we turn digits into stories, bringing you matters in the business world and the economy. I am Imewere Uhyomohai, and this is Counting the Numbers on Signature TV. It starts right now. Welcome to our debut edition. Today we're unpacking the data, dissecting the trends, and analyzing the statistics that matter most to you. We'll bring you the latest economic indicators to stock market shifts and budgeting tips to financial forecasts. All the awareness you need to stay informed and stay ahead. We'll also provide expert analysis and interviews with the key players in finance and beyond. Whether you're a seasoned investor, a curious mind, or just curious about the numbers and how they influence your life, just buckle up, because the numbers are about to speak, and like they say, the numbers don't lie. Welcome to our maiden edition. First, we have trending stories. Last week, one of the interesting stories that trended in the business and finance economic world was the story of Owando taking over Ajip. Nigeria's integrated oil company, Owando PLC, successfully completed the acquisition of the Nigerian Ajip Oil Company, NAOC, from Italian energy giant ENI for a total of a whopping $783 million. The deal was finalized at the Peninsula Hotel in London, marking a great achievement for Owando in its quest to strengthen its position in Nigeria's oil and gas sector. In a corporate disclosure sent to the Nigerian Exchange Group by Owando's Chief Compliance Officer, Ayotala Jagun, the company revealed that the acquisition grants Owando full control of ENI's 100% shareholding interests in NAOC. This acquisition is important in expanding Owando's upstream operations and increasing its footprint in the energy market. Now, still on the news that trended last week, Nigeria and Germany are set to finalize over $500 million in energy deals in 2024, surpassing last year's record-breaking agreements. The Consulate General of Germany in Lagos, Bonner, confirmed that two major energy deals will be signed during the upcoming 11th German-Nigeria Business Forum in October. Well, we're looking forward to these deals because these deals will show and are expected to further reinforce Nigeria's renewable energy sector and gas exports. Now, another headline making news last week was Nigeria's newly introduced domestic dollar bond has garnered so much attention from investors, surpassing interest in Eurobonds. The $2 billion domestic bond program is being issued in 4 tranches, $500 million each, with a coupon rate of 9.75%, which is higher than 9.58% yield on the nation's 2029 Eurobond. The bond has been especially attractive to Nigerians living abroad who see it as a lucrative investment opportunity. Let's move over to the global stock markets. And we're starting with Nigeria. At the end of the last weekday of trading last week on the Nigerian Stock Exchange, a total of 573.961 million shares in 12,754 deals, corresponding to a market value of 31.576 trillion naira, were traded. Last Friday's data shows a 41% decline in volume. Now, a 326% improvement in turnover and 29% improvement in deals. The current market capitalization of the Nigerian Stock Exchange is 55 6.5 trillion naira. The all-share index ended Friday by inching up 0.18% points to close at 96,579.54 points, representing a one-week gain of 0.63%. Now, European shares rose at an all-time high on Friday, closing a turbulent month on a bright note after a significant drop in Eurozone inflation cemented market expectations for an interest rate cut in September. The Pan-European Stoxx 600 index edged up 0.1%, closing above 525 points for the first time after touching an intraday record high of 526.66 points. The index gained 1.2% in August, rising for a second consecutive month. Inflation in the 20-country Eurozone fell to 2.2% in August, its slowest pace since July 2021, according to Eurostat's flash reading and near the European Central Bank's 2% target. This data firmed existing expectations for the ECB to cut rates at its September meeting, slowing inflation in the US. Now moving to the US markets, also lifted sentiments as markets looked for the Federal Reserve to also ease policy next month. In the United States, Friday's personal consumption expenditures report was the last major economic data release before the Fed's September meeting. The chair of the Fed, Jerome Powell, last week expressed support for an imminent policy adjustment. Now, moving on, money markets suggest that traders mostly expect the Fed to cut rates by 25 basis points in September, with odds of a 50 basis point cut dimming further after Friday's data, according to CME Group's FedWatch tool. Now, let's feed our eyes with something the numbers can buy for us. Food! Yes, food! Recently, Abuja witnessed the 10th edition of the Food Expo, an event that celebrates the beauty and different kinds of food. And this time we did street food. Tom Sinime Natus will tell us more about the Food Expo. Tom Sinime, over to you.
It's the 10th edition of the Abuja Street Expo. Oh my goodness, can you inhale that? Of course you can't. The aroma from this place is heavenly. Imagine just getting the aroma from popcorn mixed with the aroma from grilled fish and pastries. I'm experiencing all of that right now. I'll be talking to vendors to understand the business behind street food. Who buys street food? How much do vendors really make? Come with me, let's find out.
The Food Expo is renowned for displaying the best in food, chefs and restaurants, and this year was no exception. The event was held on Saturday, August 17th at River Plate Park in Wuse 2, Abuja. Marking the 10th year celebration, the festival offered a feast for the senses, featuring an array of exciting entertainment and activities for all ages. Families and friends flocked to enjoy a variety of fun games designed for both kids and adults. The atmosphere was filled with bliss and smiles. People had different expectations for the expo, especially to get a bite of different delicacies. Food vendors displayed their catchy and mouth-watering foods ranging from small chops, sweet treats, grills, and other enticing cuisines.
Tell us, what are your expectations for this street food, the Food Expo here?
Yeah, I want to see new vendors here. I'm excited about it. I want to get to know new vendors in Abuja. So this Food Expo is a really great platform for us to meet new vendors.
You're here and you are?
Zubi.
Zubi, nice.
I'm Chinasa.
Chinasa, okay. So what are your expectations of this Food Expo?
I'm here for the food. I love fairs that have anything to do with food. So I'm going to go from vendor to vendor. I hope to be impressed. What do I love? I love popsicles. I'm here for roasted chicken. I'm here for amala. I'm here for everything.
Can you put all that much in your tummy at a time?
Well, I didn't eat for a whole week just so that I would have space.
So you want to load
so
your
I don't eat like this normally. just so you all know. Don't judge me.
I'm Julius.
Julius?
Yeah, by name.
Okay, so what can I see on your shirt?
Sazi's Cuisine.
Saz's
cuisine. Yeah.
What do you guys make?
We have a lot of things. We make shawarma, burger, grilled chicken, fish. We have party jollof rice, and some juice. We have pineapple, orange juice, watermelon, tiger nuts, tamarind, and pineapple. That's all.
Okay,
Yeah.
so how's it been? Are you excited about this whole street food expo?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Because I love it, seriously. I love to be with it.
What are you expecting today?
I expect to sell more.
To make sales,
To
right?
make sale, yeah.
Participants shared their experiences of different foods they ate, with some satisfied and others hoping to try more.
And what's your name?
Fatima Chowdhury.
Fatima.
Yes.
Okay, so how's your experience been so far at the food expo?
Yeah, I've had a really good time today. We've tried lots of like small chops,
Okay.
and also chicken and
Okay.
wings, jerk wings, which we're very excited about.
Did you try any Nigerian specialty?
Nigerian jollof rice.
Oh, jollof
Yeah.
rice. And how was it?
Yeah, lovely. I love jollof.
Oh, you love
Yeah,
it?
I love jollof.
Yes, you know, for all this awareness,
Yes.
this is a very good opportunity for them.
Yeah.
A lot of people are coming, they are tasting some food you like, some food you don't like, you know how it is. But at least later, you know, oh, wow, there's a restaurant too where I could go to, you know. So it's a very
Have you tried
interesting concept.
anything?
I did a lot. We are eating suya now. I have eaten noodles and beef before, shredded beef. Very nice sauce.
Very nice.
Very nice.
Okay, what about this? Yeah.
Very good.
You love it. And you enjoy
I like
it.
it, let's say like that. So, but we are trying to find a stand where we say we love it. So we are going just through it, small.
Small. To get a bite of everything.
Please what?
To get a bite of everything.
Yes, small here, small there, and then we see.
How's your experience been so far in the expo, food expo?
It's been lovely. First of all, the prices are good,
Yes.
which is always a good thing. So it's been quite lovely.
So would you say street food is actually more affordable than food in restaurants?
Street food, you mean generally or
Yes,
here?
generally.
Street food. I think so. Well, it all depends on what you are getting, how you are mixing it up. But generally, I think.
What about here, the food you're getting here?
For the expo here, I think the prices are good. Prices are okay. The variety is, rich enough for you to get whatever you want. Yeah, so I think so far, yeah.
What have you had so far?
I've had small chops, I've had turkey, I've had chicken, I've had samosa, so many things. Well, that's for a start anyway. As the day progresses, probably we'll buy some more things.
Okay, so you want to have a bite of everything.
That's why we're here now.
It's actually a very beautiful experience because it's been a while I ate African salad. It's called abacha.
Oh.
Yeah, and I've seen it there at very, very affordable rates. So I can't
How
wait
much?
to dip. There's one for 1,000, there's one for 2,000, which is quite affordable.
yes,
yeah.
it is.
And I'm sure it's going to be very nice and spicy.
And you've not tasted it
You
yet?
know, it's been a while, like a year ago. So,
wow, it's a long
because it's not a common food you see everywhere. So, I mean, this place exposes you to eat varieties of food that you've not had in a while. So that's why I love it.
So what have you had so far?
Well, it's more like a small chops package, samosa, spring roll, turkey, chicken, and I'm waiting for my African salad.
So they're preparing it already. Oh my goodness. Okay, so tell us about Rido's Restaurant and Grill.
Rido's Restaurants and Grill is grilling and it's also a restaurant as well. We do food and we do grills, but for today we're focused on grills. So we have chicken, we have turkey, we have chicken wings, we have masa, we have balango as you can see, we have local chicken, we have plantain, we have chips. So we just try to like cover a wide range of grills to make it comfortable. So you don't have to eat just protein. You can also have like protein with a side of corn, of plantain, of fries as well.
So I like
just
the
to
fact
give it
that
a
you're trying
variety.
to make it a balanced
Yes,
diet.
yes. A balanced diet, definitely.
So how much do you sell them? How much?
So we have chicken for like 5,000. We have local chicken, peppered, Benue way for 3,500. Then we have plantain for 2,000. We have sausages. Yeah, I forgot. Sausages for 2,000. We have corn for 1,000. Yeah, those are the things that we have. Yeah, we have fish as well. Croaker fish. We do croaker. We do Titus as well.
So I want to ask a bit personal question. Though.
Yeah, that's fine.
So what would you say is your daily expenditure? How much do you invest in this?
Is crazy because every time you go to the market, like prices of things keep changing. So you can go today and buy a carton of turkey for 40k. You go tomorrow, you buy it for like 50k. Turkey is the craziest one. Turkey just goes like you can get one carton of turkey for like 100 and something, and that's like just 30 pieces of turkey in it. So now you have to be able to put the pricing properly so that you don't lose at the same time. So you can go to the market again and buy like the same quantity or more.
So would you say when you take out your daily expenditure or your expenditure from...
I won't say I did not see profit, because if I did not see profits, I will not be standing under this smoke. I'm not gonna lie. There is money in food because everybody eats food. Like even if you decide to make your food like 20k or 30k, those that want to buy your food will buy your food at the end of the day.
So you're saying this is a good business?
Yes, it is very good. I'm not going to lie. It's not bad. And getting introduced to like events has helped me a lot, because you could be at home and not get orders. You have to go on Instagram, promote ads, spend a lot of money, and you're not even sure that you're going to get up to 20 customers even after spending like 50k. But when you come for events like this, you get to see like a lot of people, and based off of your presentation and the way your food tastes, obviously, so you get to have fun. So this event is part of what has pushed me out. Not this particular one, but like every event I've done, it's part of what is like pushing me out as well, and people are getting to know my brand as well.
Okay. Like in terms of this business per se, what is the most challenging experience?
The most challenging, I would say, is pricing. To be honest, I think that's what it is. And apart from that, like the people you get to work with, the people you deal with, because that contributes to what you make in your business too. Because if you have staff, my staff, yes, if you have staff that are like not welcoming, or they get to cheat you, because I could be not, I might not be the one collecting the money all the time. I could have other people collecting the money. So if you don't have people that are like trustworthy, you get to fall because they will take your money.
Basically, we do sweet treats, all kinds of sweet treats.
Okay.
We have here tres leches, we have chocolate cup, we have blondies, brownies, red velvet chocolates, chocolate chips, strawberry and vanilla chocolates. They're everything cookies. And they're here, like everything, like when I say everything, everything is in it. And we have here our best-selling iced coffee.
Ice?
Coffee.
Oh, nice.
It comes with dulce de leche. It comes with whipped cream, a little bit of Baileys, Irish whiskey, whatever it is you want that goes well with it, it's okay too. And we have strawberry lemonade.
This is really exquisite, I must say.
It is, thank
you.
you.
Don't get to see this everywhere.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so what do you spend daily making all of this? Your daily expenditure?
It's a lot, but it's not just something I can just tell you offhand, because this is not the only thing I make. I make birthday cakes as well, celebration cakes of all types, desserts of all types for weddings, birthdays, and even corporate events. So it just depends on what it is. But as for this thing, this one here right now, it costs over 160 to 180 to make them, yes.
Wow. Okay, so if you take out your daily expenditure from this, how much do you make out of it? Do you still make profit?
That is if I sell everything.
That is if you sell everything.
Then I will make a good profit.
Good profit.
Yes, if I'll be able to sell everything. You know, this event sometimes you don't sell out.
Okay.
But that wouldn't stop you from going for the next one. Do you understand?
So what are the challenges attached to this your street food business?
I honestly can't really tell, because people eat sweets, but maybe on the day I don't sell out, maybe it's not my market. Do you understand? Sometimes I come to fairs like this and I sell out. Sometimes I come and I don't sell much. Sometimes I don't even sell any. But it wouldn't stop me from coming for the next one.
ENUGU is located at Wusetu, number 14, Ajesa Street, just behind LG showroom. And we make wonderful juices. You see some of the examples of our juices here. We have the water pine blast, which is our signature juice. Water pine blast is made up of different fruits, blend of fruits and beetroot.
Beetroot?
Yes, beetroot, yes. Tiger nuts too, and we also make snacks. We make snacks, we make shawarma pie, meat pie, different type of donut, drink. We have chin chin. We make bread, different type of bread. Just this expenditure.
Yes.
Like 500,000.
500,000.
Yeah,
Okay,
500,000.
So when you take out your expenditure from what you make out of it, would you say you make capital? Much capital?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So your capital almost sums up to your profit almost sums up to the capital you invested in this.
No, something like that.
Something like that.
Something like that.
So would you say this is a good business then?
No, yeah, it's a good business. It's a good business, just that for a while now we've been experiencing the increase in our materials. Okay. You know, there are challenges that have happened to everybody in Nigeria, but by God's grace, we've been going through it and trying to make our calculations right, and gradually we are still in market, because we rather increase the prices than to reduce the quality. We don't tamper with our quality. And one thing I want to inform you that we sell in Fruta Jugo is we sell hygiene. Our fruits are free, but we sell hygiene.
So your fruits, are they organic?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they are.
Chops and Chops is like an online kitchen,
okay,
but we also offer outdoor catering services. Our services include small chops, grills, and canapes. We do food as well, as you can see. So
you cover almost every aspect of cooking?
Every aspect of cooking.
What about baking?
Nah.
Okay, that's fine. At least you have a specialty.
Yeah.
Okay. So how would you say the business has been so far?
It's been great. Like, yeah, it's been great. I've had people come to my stand and they are, they've been coming back. I told them they'll come back, and they've been coming back.
Right.
So,
and more will come.
By God's grace. We're just starting. We're just starting.
So how much would you say you invest in this, like a rough estimate, in a month?
In a month? Man, it's a lot. Well, in Nigeria, you know how the economy is,
Okay, but when you take out your expenditure from what you put in, would you say you make capital?
I'll say God has been
profit, rather.
Yeah, I'll say God has been faithful. God has been faithful. He's our strength. He keeps us going.
Okay, but what are some challenges you've been faced with so far?
The challenges is just the economic situation of the country. That's what most entrepreneurs are facing, and it's crazy, And sometimes light gives issues too. We have to run on gen for 24 hours. In fact, for sometimes like 3-4 days straight, you have to run on gen, and how much petrol is, how much gas is. It's really crazy, but then what can we say? We have to keep moving.
Of course, we have to keep pushing.
Have to keep pushing.
Okay, so
the Food Expo once again proved to be a highlight of Abuja's event calendar. The founder of the Food Expo, Kwado Nyagba, also known as Kwadi, said with a decade of growth and success behind it, the festival continues to bring together people from all walks of life to celebrate the best of food.
My name is Kwado Nyagba, formerly known as Kwadi.
Okay.
CEO Food Expo and Events by Kwadi.
So this Food Expo, what is it about?
So the Food Expo is about food, as the name implies. So vendors that are food related and non-food related alike come and gather in one place. It's a good place to network and talk to people and purchase food and just have a good time, really.
What inspired it?
Okay, so at the time in Abuja, there were not a lot of events that did food. It was really just fashion, makeup, and weddings. And the food market wasn't tapped, and then we tapped into the food market, and here we are today.
Okay, how's it been so far then?
It's been a very interesting journey. The growth has been phenomenal. First edition, we had just about 10. Next edition, we had about 30. The next one grew to 50. The next one grew to 100. And we're at 120 at our capacity now.
Wow.
And over 10 years, that's what it's been.
Okay, so how do you make profit of this?
So if you can look around,
yes,
you can see that there are a lot of sponsors. Because if you look at just the vendors and just the environment and everything, and the gate fee we charge is just 1,000 naira, that's not enough to make good volume of profit. But over time, if people can trust your brand and know that, okay, you're doing an event and over 5,000 people are going to show up, they'll give you what you need to do the event as you negotiate.
So how would you say that this food expo impacts the Abuja economy?
Okay, so the economy, let me give you an example of today. We are partnering with Farm to Table and LG, and we're doing a raffle draw where you just buy the ticket for about 1,000 naira and you stand a chance to win a cow.
Wow.
Yes, a microwave, a dishwasher, a deep freezer. So that's how we're giving back to the community. Leveraging on our sponsors that have come on board and supported us, they're also giving us not just finances, but they're giving us things that we can use to support the economy. We know how hard things are for people, and then we're happy to help, in a little way that we can as the food expert.
Okay, so say a word or two out there to people in the food business out there.
Okay, so everyone that is in the food business right now, I understand what the economy is doing, and I just want to say, hang in there, just keep going. Imagine if I stopped after the first 2 years. Imagine if I stopped after the last 5 years, or even during COVID.
So what plans do you have? Do you seek to expand?
Absolutely. I mean, currently we are in Kano, but our next location by God's grace is Ghana. So we're expanding to other countries. For now, after our 10th edition, we hope to be moving outside the country.
So how do you see yourself in the next 10 years?
all over the world, really.
Yes.
Global
Take
visibility. Food Expo in UK, Food Expo in America,
Whoa.
Food Expo everywhere. Food Expo, Food Expo, Food Expo.
It's clear that street food is an irresistible part of our culture and economy. And so with hard work and consistency, street vendors can make a decent profit. In fact, street food is a global phenomenon with vendors in Asia, the UK and the US. Do you know what the best part of this is? There's a popular belief that street food is often cheaper and even more authentic than restaurant food. Well, but I can't say for sure. What's your own view? I am Thompson Imenatus, and I've gotten a bite of sweet bole, grilled fish, shawarma, and more. See you next time.
This is indeed one of the rare events on food in Abuja. Indeed, food is a natural rudiment that brings all of us together. On the numbers scanner, today we have Emmanuel Obeta, a brand expert. How much do you know about brands and branding? How do brands and branding affect the numbers? Why does a brand fail? These are some of the issues I took up with Emmanuel Obeta. You must have to take a listen to this. So sit back, relax, and take a listen. But before we go to Emmanuel, who is Emmanuel? He's an accomplished, results-oriented executive with extensive experience leading corporate marketing and communications operations for multi-million-dollar companies. Now, Emmanuel is very adept at initiating and directing high-profile marketing campaigns from inception to completion for executing successful brands and product launches. So, let's sit back as we look at this man who has successfully managed stakeholder groups across government, regulatory, and industry groups in a proactive manner. I bring to you our guests, Emmanuel Obeta. Emmanuel Obeta will be speaking to us about why brands succeed and why brands fail. Emmanuel, thank you very much for joining us on the program. Now, I'll start the questions with a question as simple, because you're a branding expert and you are someone who has done a lot about branding. I'll start the question with just simply telling us, what is branding?
Thank you so much for having me. It's my pleasure to come on your program. As simple as that question is, it's also very complicated, because that is where the major problem of brand management is. In being able to define what a brand is. For instance, we can also ask a follow-up question. What is a product? Is a product or a service a brand? What are the differences between a product and service and a brand? Well, because you asked for a very simple, definition of a brand, I would just say that a brand is not a product, is not a service. It's a living memory that exists in the mind of the consumers about that product or service. A living memory. Why is it a living memory? Because they will have come in contact with that particular product, with that particular individual, with that particular service. Regardless of how you project that product or brand or service, it is their perception, what lives in their mind, the experience they take out from that encounter with that particular product or brand or service. That is what the brand is. Whatever exists in their mind, whatever perception, whatever impression, whatever evaluation or assessment of what that is what it is.
You seem to have restricted the branding process for products and services. But I know that some people will say, oh, you are a brand. What makes someone a brand? They personify these things. So how do you personify branding?
A brand encapsulates a whole lot of things. Now, when you're talking about a brand, one of the key things about brand is that it has an essence, which people call a soul. What is that major thing about that brand that makes it different from another person, another individual, another product, another service? You can put individuals side by side, talking about personal brand, and to emphasize that the person is a brand. Every individual is unique. Every individual is special. Two key things that identifies an individual: your thumbprint. Of all the 7-point-something billion human beings in this world, no two human beings in this world has an identical thumbprint. Your eyes. No two human beings in the world has the same eye. As also, it can also go to your tongue. That is why at airports they use the face recognition mechanism, because you can't fake it. It captures the essence of who you are. So when you're talking about the brand, there must be something unique, something special, something different, a value that is authentically associated with that particular individual, person, product, or service, which no other brand, which no other product, service, or individual can offer. That is the basics of brand management, because that uniqueness is now what you now project and then present to people. And that becomes the basis of connection between you and your customers. And also that becomes the basis of appreciation, why your customers will appreciate you and want to do business with you or want to come to you. But if there is nothing unique about you, about what you're offering, about the services, then there is no rationale, there is no reason why people should come to you or why people should look at you. And then in that case, you cannot say you're a brand, because there's nothing unique about you.
Over the years, we've had brands succeed and brands fail. We've had the Mercedes, we've had the Toyotas that have succeeded from generations to generations. And yet there are all others that come in and they seem like the star, and all of a sudden they fizzle out. So why do brands fail?
A popular Harvard professor, Stevenson, wrote a research paper. And in that research paper, he found out that between 80 to 95% of brands that are launched in a particular year fail. 80 to 95%. Nielsen statistics also supported that. In their own, they say consumer packaged goods, that about 95% of consumer packaged goods fail between the first 1 year of launch. So to tell you that the rate of brand failure is so much. Now, why do brands fail? Brands fail basically because they fail to understand the rudiment. You just mentioned something like Mercedes. Let's bring it down home to something that everybody can relate with. Let's talk about Coca-Cola. Let's talk about Pepsi-Cola. Let's talk about other carbonated soft drinks. If you bring it down to the basics, you find that Coca-Cola is basically a carbonated soft drinks. In terms of nutrients, in terms of everything, it's almost the same thing like Pepsi. Let me shock you. In a blind taste, when you put Coca-Cola in a bottle without the name, and you put Pepsi in a cup without the name, science research has proven that over 60% of the consumers will prefer Pepsi-Cola when there is no name on it. The two of them are carbonated soft drinks. The question now is, why will some people prefer Coca-Cola to Pepsi or vice versa? Because if it is just at the product level, the distinguishing factor may not be different. Now, but the key thing is that in branding or projecting itself as a brand, Coca-Cola's brand positioning is radically and completely different from the brand positioning of Pepsi. And that is one of the key results or the key factors that causes the differences in perception, the differences in preference, and then the differences in choice.
So every brand should have a niche.
You got it very right. Producing a product does not automatically make it a brand. There is a transition, there is a progression, there is a journey, using your word, that confers that brand status on that particular product. Now, if you look at products, there are 5 stages of a product. There is the core product, there is the augmented product, there's the enhanced product, there is the augmented product, and then there are the other 2 angles, okay, the anticipated products in terms of the futuristic. So you find out that at the level of the core product, you're providing, like we use the example of Coca-Cola, it's a thirst quenching product, which a lot of other products within that category fall into. Water, a lot of carbonated soft drinks. Okay, so now the progression, as you augment it, add some other things, and eventually get to own a space in the mind. The experiences you offer to your customers and your consumers builds and enhances the value attached or attributed to that product. And then eventually, it now becomes something endearing, something that has a love relationship with your consumers that they will want to have. At that point in time, you're no longer selling a product. They have bought into it. They now see themselves or the product as an integral part of their life. So when the need for that product exists or occurs in their life, there is a natural progression towards it. Let's take some examples, notable examples. Nokia failed. BlackBerry failed. Marlboro failed. These are notable brands. Okay? Now, why did a brand like BlackBerry fail? Inconsistency. Because one of the key factors about branding is that your customers have an expectation in their mind. When they are looking up to your brand, there is already an expectation in their mind that they want to fulfill when they purchase, utilize, or procure your brand. But whenever it comes to that point where they are no longer sure as to what your brand stands for or the need that that brand satisfies, there is some cognitive dissonance. There is some confusion in their mind. And once that confusion exists as a result of your inconsistency as a brand, your consumers will withdraw. The Coca-Cola brand name alone, standing alone, and all the physical assets of the company, which one do you think is higher in terms of value? The research showed that the higher equity for Coca-Cola lies in the Coca-Cola name, not in the physical infrastructure. Because the same physical infrastructure you have can be used to produce Pepsi, can be used to produce any other carbonated drink. But the interesting thing is that no other carbonated drink that you can ever produce can be compared to that name, brand Coca-Cola. So in terms of brand equity, which is the revenue value, in terms of the asset value, you find out that the brand name is more valuable than the physical asset of the organization. The name alone. Because once you take that name, put it on any other thing, you can recreate that physical infrastructure, but you cannot recreate that brand name.
In the Nigerian parlance, some people will say branding is hyping. Now, where a brand comes up and there's so much noise about that brand and everybody knows that brand, and then you experience that product or service, or whether it's a person, if the person is a brand, and you get disappointed. There is the expectation and reality doesn't match.
A whole lot of things go into branding, and that's why I told you that it is not hyping. There is a whole strategic process about branding, projection of an organization, mapping the brands of an organization. And those are the things we took time to look at in that book. And that's why every person who is interested in brand management should really pick a copy of that book, because it provides you a roadmap, a strategic roadmap. You can do things haphazardly without knowing what you're doing. For instance, the different individuals that you interface with, what is their impression about your organization? If you do not know what they are thinking about your organization, you wouldn't know what to do to address it. So you need to know first. And when you know, then you can address it. You can put measures in place to ensure that it works. And when you have done that brand mapping across the organization, then you can now set up quality checks. And when you set up quality checks to ensure that the standards you put into place are operational and are working, and you monitor them, that's when you can consistently and consecutively deliver the same brand standards across all the interface points. And that is the only thing that will enrich your brand. Because if A comes to your brand, gets positive experience, gives you 5-star rating, B comes, the same thing, C comes, it doesn't matter the platform that the individual, and everybody has a pleasant experience about your brand. They'll say, wow, this is a fantastic brand.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel Obeta, for speaking with us and talking a lot that has come from your book, Optimal Brand Performance, Why Some Brands Succeed and Others Fail. Nice book. I'm taking this one with me, so I'll go read and get myself some knowledge. Thank you. The numbers have spoken, but the conversation doesn't end here. People talk about money matters every day, and that's why you have to tune in, not only today, but again. Well, for now, this is where we draw the curtains on Counting the Numbers on Signature TV. We've looked at the data, discussed the trends, and seen the numbers come to life. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time. I am Inewayo Hiomokai. Join us again, and remember, keep your eyes on the numbers. Until next time, stay curious, stay informed, but keep counting!
It's been a shock still, because it's difficult to think of Ifeanyi in the past, Senator Ifeanyi Ubah in the past tense. He was a bulldozer. He was a great mobilizer of our people. He understood the grassroots and was able to relate very well with the downtrodden, more than he did with the elite amongst us. So he's been, badly missed at various levels, but missed mostly by those who looked up to him as a greater mentor than others may have done, and who actually benefited from his benevolence, because he did quite a lot of charitable stuff for those of us from Nnewi and Anambra South senatorial zone. So he will be missed sorely. But you see, life goes on. Life goes on. He came like a meteorite, did his job, finished it in good time, and was called back home by our Creator. So, we're not here to question God. We just pray that his soul continues to rest in peace, and our good Lord is able to get him a wonderful room in one of his many mansions in heaven.
This is still Signature Morning on Signature TV. Yes, that was the global news that happened. That was just concluded some minutes before now. This is your show. This is your program. We are live on YouTube. Go subscribe to our YouTube channel at Signature TV and drop your comment, because it's very, very vital. And yes, go follow us on all our social media handles at Signature TV Officials on Instagram, TikTok and Facebook. And now we are live on Facebook. Interesting for those of us that like Facebook. Apart from that, for students, try as much as possible to face your book. I'm not doing this alone today. I can't do it alone. Remember, you saw a very beautiful face earlier before the news came in, and I'm excited, especially excited. And you see, someone could see my chin. I'm grinning from side to side. Okay, that's Belinda over there. How are you?
Shoma. How are you? I'm great.
You're looking, like someone should kidnap you.
Okay, please don't. Meanwhile, I think it's the weather, because the weather is looking good in Enugu right now.
You think so?
It's light cloud and light wings. So I think the temperature is doing something great.
They say these days people don't get to be honest. When you ask them, what's the secret? Like yesterday, our honorable analyst asked me, I said, it's Jesus. We just say this kind of things. So it's beyond it. You're looking amazing.
Thank you very much. And moving ahead, we'll be starting off with the newspaper headlines this morning. We're starting with the Nigerian Tribune. NNPC to be sole buyer of Dangote PMS report with the writer as refinery begins processing of product.
Yes, it's still the newspaper headline, like she said, on Signature Morning. And for the Nigerian Tribune, Bill Gates in Nigeria for talks on development solutions.
Federal government persecutes 7 illegal mining suspects in Kogi, Ondo.
Queues for petrol persist as independent marketers sell 950 naira per litre.
Government demand 30 million naira ransom on 3 kidnapped victims in Ekiti.
Please declare Britain Nigerian wanted over alleged attempt to overthrow Tinubu with the rider. I am more than happy to talk to police, says Britain. Court charges 10 #end bad governance protesters with treason, remands them in prison till September 11.
League of Northern Democrats flags off 2027 battle plan. That's on the page 17 of the Nigerian Tribune this morning.
And still on Nigerian Tribune, Lassa fever vaccine to save 3,300 lives, averts $128 million societal cost in 15 African countries.
Moving ahead to the Guardian newspapers this morning.
Before we move ahead, there is something that I think most PDP members are interested. On page 16 of the Nigerian Tribune, PDP ready to question Wike to face disciplinary committee over alleged anti-party activities. Nobody is above the party. NWC. You know, a lot of people have been like, what's up? Is PDP silent about this? You know. But like you said, we'll move on
to the next
newspaper.
All right, the Guardian, we have the insecurity, sensationist, agitations, deep FDI, trading Southeast state.
Fuel scarcity, sack Kia renown, coalition demands.
Like we have from the Nigerian Tribune this morning, PDP says we cannot above party as disciplinary committee issues summons.
Okay, PDP woos Obi, Kwankwaso as CUPP rates Tinubu low.
Demand for Dangote's PMS intensifies as petrol hits 1,000 naira per litre.
Household lament may spend 54.9% income on food, shun investment.
Tinubu Buhari Shetima Usibanjo may decide Ganduje's fate.
Oyedele Committee awaits federal government's approval on VAT increments.
And moving ahead to the
Nation this morning.
Yeah.
And on the Nation newspaper, just above the mast, Oyo to deploy 20 CNG buses given by federal government.
Women held in Canada for threatening to poison Nigerians. How true is this?
Yeah, you know, there's a woman that was that went around on social media that she was going to threaten some factions in Nigeria. You know, and sometimes some people want to think that's just a message. She was just trying to bear, you know, in the heat of anger, you just say something, not that you mean it. But let's see how they follow that through. Treason. Please place 20 million bounty on Britain. Treason. Please place 20 million naira bounty on Britain, Nigeria. With the rider, NLC President Ajero for interrogation over link with Win. Britain, some suspect patronized my shop.
Also, just above the mass of cement seals 1-year loan deal with Galatasaray. An ex-president Yar'Adua's mom, 102, dies in Castina.
Oh, those are like those one of those burials we want to attend, the funeral. Anyway, moving on. Investors in $500 million FGN bond to get allocation Friday.
Arrested Canada-based Nigerian woman threatening rural batteries 2-year jail.
Okay, moving on with the next newspaper this morning, and we have the Punch newspaper. And on the Punch newspaper, PDP governors Wike may clash as NWC meets Wednesday. With the rider, NEC pressures NWC to hand over Rivers PDP to Fubara. PDP governors will address ministers' threats at meeting, says Forum Director General.
Hunger protest. Britain denies fleeing as court remains 10.
Just above the mast on page 19, petrol will be exported if marketers boycott product. Dangote refinery.
And hospitals, tertiary institutions, electricity subsidy may gap 188 billion naira.
NNPCL may stop petrol import as depot price nears 1,000 naira per litre.
External debt servicing rises to $2.78 billion, CBN report.
Tinubu meets Xi Jinping today, signs bilateral agreement.
Arrested Canada-based Nigerian woman threatening Yoruba risk 2-year jail. That's all for the Punch newspapers this morning. Moving ahead to the Daily Times newspapers. All right, just below the mast, federal government charges 10 and #end bad governance protesters with treason. With Rider, court orders defendants to be remanded at Kuje, Soldier prisons. Police declare Britain, Nigerian wanted for plotting to destabilize Tinubu's government. Wanted Britain replies police, says, I am not a fugitive.
Okay, and again you listen. PDP summons Wiki. Okay. We are saying it loud. It's more like it's flagged in all of the headlines. Yeah. PDP summons Wiki, set to discipline members for anti-party activities. With a rider, no measure talk with any political party. Nobody is above the party. MPS.
Reps held Tinubu over 50% electricity subsidy for tertiary institutions, hospitals.
Debt servicing consumes 64% of Nigeria's 4.36 billion naira foreign payments in H1 of 2024.
And federal government presents creative sector strategic roadmap to diplomatic community.
I'm moving over to the next newspaper this morning. We have Daily Trust. And on Daily Trust, with a screaming headline. Okay. Boko Haram kills many farmers, others in fresh Yobe attack. With a rider, burn houses, shops, state government plans mass burial. Insecurity disrupting agricultural activities, northern governors.
Wow. An IGP, Egbetokun, get 3-year tenure extension.
Amidst fuel scarcity, NNPCL to become sole buyer from Dangote refinery. Report.
We had a read that Yaradua's mother dies at 102.
#end bad governance. Lawyers Amnesty International kick as court remands protesters in prison. With a rider, it's abuse of power. Police declare British national wanted. Protest not treason. Britain replies federal government.
Atiku Obi Kwankwaso to unite against Tinubu in 2027. That's coming from PDP.
Again, this is something we read yesterday. Now we're reading it again today. Okay. Nigeria has second highest rate of food insecurity in the world. Bill Gates. And Bill Gates said it, yes, a paper carried it yesterday.
And finally, presidency denies a rift between Tinubu Shettima.
And on the Daily Independent, Britain, Nigerian wanted for plotting to overthrow Tinubu. With the rider, police activate Interpol, others to apprehend them. Place 200 million naira bounty on Britain, Nigeria. Protest not treason. British national win, replies police. 10 #end bad governance protesters arraigned, remanded.
And Gubapu, stop harassing our members in Edo. PDP tells Tinubu IGP. But the rider says ASU Igbo will win over 65% of vote. Denies merger talks with another party.
This headline I'm about to read out is more like an answer to the one we read out yesterday, which says, why U.S. banned Nigerian airlines by NCAA?
Wike to face a disciplinary committee for anti-party activities. That's from PDP.
And on page 6, Lalong APC stakeholders beg Tinubu to fill plateau ministerial slots.
Dangote Refinery begins processing petrol. That's on the page 7.
Tinubu appoint Manso Muta as Chairman Bank of Industry.
Collaboration with spur Nigeria's growth, competitiveness. That's coming from NESG.
Mother of the late President Yaradua is dead.
And finally, gunmen abduct 10 boat passengers in rivers.
Okay, and that's all we have for the newspaper headlines this morning. We're moving straight with the newspaper review. Do stay with us. You're still on to Signature Morning on Signature TV. Need I remind you again that you should follow us on all our social media handles as Signature TV Officials on Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. And yes, we are on the newspaper review and we are live 24 hours on YouTube at Signature TV. So we're about to review. We also need your comments. It's not just us, it's you. Remember, I keep reiterating it. It's about you, you, you. And we're having this review with no other person than Christian Madoka. Good morning.
Good morning, Chuma. And good morning,
How are you?
I want to bite my tongue trying to pronounce your name, Belinda.
Yeah.
Okay, if you chose that. And that's interesting. You were here again.
Yes, we are. And, you know, like yesterday, I did ask you if one of the things that, well, I would just go straight to the first one on the punch. The fact that Dangote Refinery stating that petrol will be exported if marketers boycott product.
That's very interesting. Very, very interesting country we find ourselves. I keep asking, like yesterday, Dangote, we started with the whole stories. It was like a serial, you know these soap opera, and it was keep you in suspense. At the point, the housewife will slap the husband, and it's like, join us next week for another episode. So the episode of Dangote NNPCL is gotten to the season 4.
No, you're counting.
Yeah, season 4 is very interesting. Okay. NNPCL cannot go and refine fuel with the refineries in Kaduna, Warri, and Port Harcourt. And Dangote just managed to put up a refinery in Lagos. All eyes are on Dangote. The first one was saying, why should NNPC say they will be sole buyer of Dangote refined product? As far as I'm a consumer of refined PMS and other crude oil products in Nigeria, it is a sabotage of the highest order. Refine your own, sell. Do what you want to do with it. Leave Dangote alone for what's sake. Because Nigerians are watching. For how many years Nigeria struck crude oil in Nigeria? It has been in the hand of NNPC. To drill, refine, steal, corrupt, all manner of complexities that are going with the oil and gas sector has revolved around NNPC. And now, when it seems like, and they got us to 2024, we are buying a liter of fuel, PMS in Nigeria, an average of 1,400 naira. And it's like we have some light at the end of the tunnel where if there is something that will happen to drop it, even if it's to 1,000 naira. And all these people have gathered again there to be sole buyer. Who made the NNPC sole buyer of refined fuel? And the marketers are threatening that they might not even buy from the man who is doing. And the man said, that's all he can say. Remember I told you what one of the Nigerian great men of the history have said. He said, if you cannot defend me, He was talking to federal government. He was on national TV. It was on the ENUGU. I keep quoting him. He said, tell the federal government, if you cannot defend me, I'll defend myself. So Dangote said, if you cannot buy, stop destroying even the ones that you call illegal. Because as far as I'm concerned, whatever NNPC has been doing, keeping 3 major refineries in Nigeria unoperational is illegal.
4 actually.
So, okay. So, it could be more. I'm saying the major, with all our money there, it's just like talking about so many things rotting away. We use huge money. Even at the present day, Nigeria cannot think about building any of those refineries. Why can't you maintain Abeokuta steel is lying fallow for how many years? More than 20 years. The refineries are the same. Turnaround maintenance every day. They bring project turnaround maintenance. People are there earning salaries. I thought if there's nothing is happening, they close it down and cut down the expenses on it. But they will spend money, and they will leave what they are supposed to do, and they are pursuing Dangote. It becomes very clear. It's not that being critical about what business did they have with Dangote. Let me allow the man breathe for once. Let him even refine 1 liter and sell. Let's start talking about regulating his operations. But even before the refinery begins to operate, some people have gathered and said we will be the monopoly, what they call the buyer, the monopoly of buying and distributing. The ones they import at great price that we are paying is not enough. But the one that is locally here, they want to go there now and be the sole buyer. Who asked them to buy for us? Most of us know the location of the refinery in Abuja, Lagos. We can go there and buy, if not for anything. If you have, let you open up. After all, most of these ones that line up in NNPC reservoirs to buy and distribute even by road from Abuja, from Lagos to Kaduna, at the extreme to Sokoto, to Borono, at great risk. They still do that. And now this one is here. Why not allow the man refine his oil, sell? If he's selling higher, you regulate. You sell at a price competitive to the market. Why all this interest? I don't understand it, and I stand to be corrected. I'm not like the final voice on this. This is solely my own opinion. Something is wrong.
You recall that yesterday they said something a bit not.
It's your heart we can see. So I'm not a juju doctor that interprets the mind of NNPC. Yesterday in the headline, they are owing already over $6.something billion. And they've told Nigerians they cannot even, they don't have credit facility again to import on credit and sell to us. It was clear on the deadline yesterday. And we are worried. So you leave the log of wood in your eyes and you're pursuing the speck in Dangote's eyes. And that speck is the only thing that seems to have some hope for Nigerians. And all your concentration, go and concentrate and pay a debt of $6.something billion. Go and refine your oil with your refineries. You are the sole person who even gives the crude.
But
so
because
they hold the knife and the yam.
If one wants to really, as Mr. Chris is analyzing, do you think that the money, I know it's a question you're already prompting to ask Mr. Chris, the fact they keep recovering several monies, and they mention it, is this money not enough to even offset the debt without them coming up with this excuses?
I think it's all about this stealing, this thief. They continue to steal. We see them threatening today that they may stop importing. It means they don't even have enough money.
So you don't have enough money to import. You are owing. You have come out clear to say you are bankrupt.
That's an indirect way of saying they are bankrupt.
We cannot fool all Nigeria. How many people that think about this, unless they find a way of explaining to us what is happening. But if what we have read in the headlines is what is happening, then they have told us that they cannot be trusted.
I think they already threatened by the Dangote refinery?
Why should a giant be threatened by simple David if they don't have they don't have a confrontation? If they all go there the same way, because there's confrontation, that's why David killed Goliath. Because if the Goliath has faced his own business and allowed David to be, but they came face to face, they said everybody use their weapon. At this time we are talking about, if NNPCL is owing $6 billion, they should also approach Dangote and say, give us money to borrow us money to repair this. And then there will be a negotiation. All these threats and counter threat, and they are making the life of Nigerians. Because if you remove NNPC and remove Dangote, and we still have about 299 million Nigerians to think about. So why not sort this out if they really care? My concern is whose interest in all this?
On the Daily Trust, do you think that Ebetokun has merited for his year to be for his tenure to be extended by 3 years?
I am not.
Daily Trust says IGP Ebetokun gets 3-year tenure extension. What do you think he has done something?
The horse trading and the politics of Nigeria positions. I just hope it's not what I'm thinking, because we had the rumor that the next person who's supposed to be in this position is not from the favored tribes. The pharaoh who loved these peoples is dead. So another pharaoh who doesn't love the tribe that should inherit this position is on the throne. So manipulations and negotiations is what is happening. So we are saying, let's hope it's not true. If the federal government, much respected President Tinubu, thinks that this is the right decision, I don't have business. I am not a career policeman. For him to have been there, meaning that he is qualified to be there. But what we are saying, if he is due to go, you are telling us that out of this number of people in Nigeria, it's only Ebetokun that if he doesn't extend his tenure, Nigerian police will collapse. And I think it's wrong. Because we are talking about turn by turn. That's Nigeria. Nigeria has lived on turn by turn because of our complexities and their numbers. So if you do a child that they do the other child, there will be peace. But it won't come to your turn. The proverb says, whenever they are sharing something, if it gets to the turn of the hated person, they will start all over again. Say, no, let's reshare. It's simple mathematics. If we are sharing cola here and I take mine, when it gets to you, if you are the hated person, we say, oh no, bring out that cola. I think you need to start breaking it down again because you won't go. All those manipulations, people are seeing it. And it is painting, it is storing up in the mind of generations and generations. When you say, when we preach one thing, we do another, we put tension on our country, we have nothing has been at peace. Since we started this issue of tribalizing everything, and we have been divided, wickedness has risen, people hate. I've never seen the level of hatred in Nigeria since my life because of these things. People who have existed as one. I've lived in Nigeria, that I've traveled around the whole country, I've made friends. It's never been threatened when we live in palpitation, even in your own location, without even leaving your house again, going anywhere. You're not safe. That's the level we have got. And the leaders know. And they still play up these cards. People are dying and they are secure themselves. They go in SUV, big cars, have police, retinue of police, platoon, who guard them with the highest ammunitions. And me and you, they drop those poisons of tribalism and hatred among us. And we have not said we have common enemy. That's my approach.
Okay, do you think that this decision by our president is a strategic trend that is glaring in the face of all Nigerians?
We are just analyzing. We are analyzing and reviewing, my dear. And we said, let it not be. Because we cannot say, it's only the president that knows what he has in his mind. But we say, when you are thinking and people say, let what you are thinking be in line with what will benefit the majority of people. That's a start reminding so that you don't go to the other extreme. That's all we say. We are not mouthpiece of the president, but we say, ensure equity. Ensure, because you preach it, ensure that this inclusion of everyone. At this time, all the development of the whole world is talking about inclusion. So leave nobody behind. So if you are leaving some people behind and you have not called them and given them confidence in themselves that they belong to this nation, we used to have, when you say you might, now we have almost all the tribes in Nigeria talking about they're now looking about their self-welfare, for themselves. And then that's what makes you a leader. To explore all this diversity and bring them to, and use them to the benefit of and greatness of this nation. But when you begin to dance to the tune of a winner takes it all, the president used one word that I don't know whether it is playing out now. When he was called, he said it is turn, Emiloko, to be. Now, these people will say, our local, it's our. Remember that what is good for the geese is also good for the gander. What is sweet to a pregnant woman is also sweet to the man who gave her belly. And this is balancing act. Every leader must play. It's not easy, but you need to play it and exhibit that transparency that you are doing it, because once there's suspicion, you have lost. And then this is what is happening. Most Nigerians have lost trust in all that our governments are doing. And the government is not doing anything to bring it together, engage the stakeholders and start building peace. Only while emergency. If there's any bad governance hashtag and the protest, that's when you move to go and see the monarchs, bring them in one off. But this should be continual.
Okay, Chris, taking a further look at the Daily Independent, and virtually all the papers had to carry the fact that PDP is summoning Wike. I know it's been long awaited for a lot of people, but there is a headline that somewhat connects some activities. It says, Gubapo, stop harassing our members in Edo. PDP tells Tinubu IGP. So they were not several people. There were 2 people PDP is directing there. Stop harassing our members.
When people are harassed in the country, and you suspect it's the police that are doing the harassment, you first speak to the president to take note. It's not that they're not saying it's Tinubu that is harassing them, our president. It's not that it's IGP that's harassing them. But then what we are saying that IGP and the Tinubu can make statements or can take decisions that can stop when anybody is being harassed. That's my understanding of the headline. So that's about it. So if they have called for it, so that the Edo will not keep consuming the heads of people.
Do you think it's just that it's seen one way like that? Or is there a possibility that there is a threat on PDP party as a whole in Edo?
No, the challenges of being incumbency in Nigeria, the challenge of that has been much. If a party is in place, it's always difficult. It's the highest level of challenge for you to be a leader. If I am elected on the ground of maybe a party, and then I am the chief security officer, and the election is coming, and the other party is challenging my A party. Nigeria, that's why we are still where we are. That development level has also affected our psyche. We are not developed here politically. So when a winner takes it all is what we are doing. And that's why it's difficult to get peace. If you play a good, whenever you do your politics and get to a position of authority, say, I am a governor for all, not for any. Then you take their decisions also should feature that. If anybody you even begin to show example with your own, then people will say, hey, this particular man is objective. But we are in a country where we show very clear subjectivity in our decisions, especially when it favors us. So you forget that things might turn. That's why it's always difficult to change any sitting government in Nigeria. And before you do that, a lot of people will die.
So what do you
hates we roll according to Idi Amin, the Kakwa custom of Africa.
And I know,
God forbid.
That too. But Wike's case, you know, there's
I want to get to that one.
Wike to face disciplinary committee for anti-party activity.
Let me tell you one thing. When it was your turn, a court advised you, which people said is wrong. The executive governor of Chioma State, the leader, the party leader of Chioma State, you booger, you enjoy. When your tenure is over, for you to step aside, you want to be on the side and be leader of a party. When it was your turn, you enjoyed. And somebody is in position who should be the leader of the party in the state. You refuse. You are dragging it. And then the party said, you enjoy the same position. Why not allow this young man to breathe? Advise him from far. You are still powerful. If we want to use the word which people have ascribed some negativity to, if you are the godfather, or the god-grandfather, or the god-great-grandfather, or the God himself, stay, God it from far, and show some element of maturity, that your life does not depend on this. Otherwise, if you are creative, you still use the whole loyalty of their people, and still, even from far, you are pulling strings, people will see. But this idea of having two captains on a ship, what do you think the ship will do? If it doesn't sink, it will sink.
And remember, he threatened most PDP governors.
Openly.
Yes.
And we reviewed it here. So when they're saying, let them not, PDP not allow Wednesday be or fight, because you don't allow a madman inside your house for a fight. Take the fight to the stadium, because in your house, now your TV go break. Now your sitting room will be scattered. So this idea of saying PDP is having convention, all these ones that are pushing PDP that Wednesday should be all fight for all, is not left for PDP. I'm not the advisor. I don't know how much they will pay me. I don't care who they are. I'm not a politician. You can run your party. You can belong to any party. But if you're a party, you find out that somebody is bringing, they say, life is sweet for everybody. When they want to take your own, if you don't know what to do, swallow it in your stomach.
I think the reason for all this banter, this up and front is the issue of the national cake. Everybody wants the greediness of, you know, eating the national cake and remaining, they want to continue eating it.
And that's it. The cake has been eaten and eaten and eaten. What is left now is this. And we have a lot of, the few people eating the cake, and if they cut our own portion, they don't bring it home. That's our concern.
Okay,
so let's leave the...
Yeah, look at this one. And bad governance. Lawyers Amnesty International kick as court remands protesters in prison. You see the right that is abuse of power. And police declare British national wanted. And CC...
Northern Nigeria, where they have about 5 states trying... Yesterday we were saying, why trying all these people, making that event? Is it not distraction? Why not do selective so that tension could cool down? You want to try all this, and you come out this morning and said some are being held for treason. I do not know, but let it not be that if you are using the bad governance protest as an avenue to give a dog a bad name, so that you will murder it real bad.
Yes,
it's detested. The Briton, Nigerian Briton or whatever, if he's shared citizen or is he purely a Briton?
His name is actually Briton.
Somebody said it's 20 million, somebody said 200 million. We better know what the ransom, the booty they put on the man said. But I ask, if it's really treason, and you're putting this on the head of the guy, as what? Is it that our presidency is what? 200 billion or 20 million, whatever the figure is? Why all this? It's cheapening everything and making a mess of. If, like you said, if you have decided to go and gather bitter leaf soup, bitter leaves, and want to remove the bitterness in it, when you test your fingers, you will still taste bitter. Let nobody, and this is our prayer, and let God hear it. Let nobody go and start facing and start facing issues you do not know about because of politics. And people see somewhere and gather lies and put on head of some people just to make sure they suffer and put them. The end bad governance. People are trailing the fearless October. Nobody will say it's treason until they go to the street, you gather them and say it's treason. Start tracing the treasonable felony in hashtag of protest all over the world. I've not had it. That's why I tell you, Nigeria is a country where you have to be careful and study. You can't know Nigeria. Nigeria is all the millennials, according to my people, all the millennials. No, you know, so what else do you want me to say? When you lack words to start talking about your country, Nigeria, in the history of Nigeria, this is the first time. What do you know about treason? When people plan and go, a living legend in Nigeria went to the radio, Western Nigerian television, took over there and announced, and he was charged for treason. He still grew up in Nigeria to be a Nobel laureate winner. I'm talking about Wole Soyinka. Those are clear cases of treason. These boys said, we are hungry, they were facing hardship, and they mobilized and went to the street. And all the play cards they are holding, everything they were showing were saying hunger, hunger, do this for us. They never say, probably if they say, if President Tinubu cannot solve a hunger problem, let him resign. Maybe if they use such words, maybe that's what it, but the court will interpret that if anybody say, resign, you are not doing any work, then he says it's reasonable fellow.
How is
I don't know. I'm just saying.
Can they actually explain it? Because remember, something like this happened in it's not even beyond, it was lesser. The fact that the citizens of Israel they gathered at the road that led to Benjamin Netanyahu's house, and they were like, you're not doing anything, you're not releasing hostages, and that's just hostages. They are not struck with hunger and hardship, and nobody is charging them for treason.
It happened in Kenya.
So why?
And the Kenyan trended that we are warning Nigeria. It happened in Kenya, very close. You are going far to Israel. Have you heard that all those boys, they were making some sensitive statement addressing the world press?
Yes.
Have any of them been charged for treason?
Because they know it's their right.
So if, and that's why the world is getting interested. The British government has said there's nowhere in history of the world that protest is treason. So Nigeria and all the people shouting treason should be careful. Establish the case of treason before you say it, because treason is not something you come up to say. It's a matter of life and death. When people do not know, when you say you commit treasonable offense, it's you're paying with your life. There's no, if you know the history, go and read your constitution. So it's not something you wake up and just put it on, unless it's somebody just one dead. You come up with such. It's not flimsy. It's a heavy accusation. And that's why we say, let all of our people be careful. You just don't wake up and manufacture words because it's too sweet in your mouth. Even treason is not as sweet as it ends, because, like my people say, akrilu, that's a bitter cola.
Yeah, it does not.
It's not the way it sounds in the mouth. If you know the meaning, now they cannot just say, I look at you and I say, you committed treason. You know what that means? If you know deeply, you know, I don't want you alive. That's what it means.
I think the government is faced with this threat because of the impact of the bad governance and bad governance protest that happened. I think there was a great impact from the people's side.
That's actually why Chris is here, so that he will
if you're a governor, if you're in governance position in any level, you expect that people will say their mind. I say democracy. That's why it's difficult for us. Democracy, every Nigerian want to, as fair weather friends, fair weather people, when democracy is all SUV, good. All presidential jet, all Escalade, all yacht, all living in, using 21 billion to repair the vice president house. But when it comes to taking responsibility, and somebody said, let's sit down and talk. You didn't get it right here. Can you do it better? It becomes, the eye will open. That's our level of democracy that we need to work upon. Enjoy your position as anybody in governance. If you're a president, the highest position in Nigeria, nobody expects that you suffer. But also take responsibility when people say, why not to review this policy? You don't just bold up and say, you all know it. A bad leader, in my proverb, they say those are the ones that we went to the back house. For some people are having their breakfast, I want you what he went to the back house to do. And then he was messed up. He came out because he said, I am Ezonyagbanam, no talk to me, no talk to me, he's booger. He went to the market the same way. And people were looking at him and said, they were looking at everybody saying, Ezonyagbanam. So look at him, his clothes are all messed up, he's walking the street. Because he said, he went and took a title, Ezonyagbanam of Ezonyagbanam Kingdom. If that is where Nigeria is going, good. No, then it becomes, let's rewrite the constitution, because people are calling for constitutional review. Put it in the constitution. No protest. Once I'm there, don't even say whether I'm doing good. We all say, so when everybody is campaigning, you know that you are inheriting Ezonyagbanam democracy, Nigerian version. And then you say the idea, when it's 8 years, you go. Because with this Ezonyagbanam kind of position, nobody will even come out when it's another 10 of election and say, hey, I'm coming out. Ezonyagbanam will say, who born you?
But isn't it ironic, because this same presidency, Tinubu in person, chaired and led protests during I said governor, His Excellency.
Now you they talk now.
No, but I'm not talking. It's out there.
I'm not saying you are reminding me.
When Goodluck Ebele Jonathan was president, he successfully led a protest, and nobody charged it to be a treasonable offense. So why is the tide somewhat changed?
It's only President Tinubu who can answer that, because the visuals of occupying Nigeria, it was an event. Big event. All the non-Nigerians went to the street. They were having tea party. Good luck must go. And they celebrated over time. Police protected them. They were addressing all the big people, including the sitting president, were addressing the gathering every day, reeling out words. President Jonathan said, I am on record the Nigerian most abused and insulted president, but it will haunt you people. If it's a cause of Nigerians, that's what we're facing. The same people who benefited. Some of the people went to universities abroad with the sweat and blood and sweat of community effort. And this funding of charity organizations. How many charity organizations are they running? When they are here amassing wealth, and even the people that say, don't give us charity, don't give us power, allow us to it, it becomes another thing. No problem. Oyo deploy CNG vehicles. Wonderful. I thought they were saying only 30 given, but Oyo is deploying 20, meaning they inherited more. They are deploying only 20.
They actually
That's a good
asking
news.
For more.
But the woman in Canada, it brought another issue of what they called, subjective, selective treatment. I was listening to somebody who was analyzing. Let me tell you a story. One young boy went and they smoked ganja. He came back to his mother's house and he was having the effect running over his brain. And he didn't know he was coming. The whole family were watching television. The young man was trying to pass. So when they stopped him and said, we are here, why are you? Said he did not want to disrupt anything. And then the guy said, is he not in this house? Father, we live. And our brother died. He said, yes. He said, is it not in this house that we are here? You lost your job, Father. He said, yes. Is it not in this house that we all of us are and you lost your car, you sold your car, we don't have a car, a family car here. He said, Father, can any people help to carry this house? Put it on my head. I want to dispose the house. Is it not in this country that we have had people who hashtagged Igbo must go? Is it not in this country that during the election, some people say, if you come out, and even, is it not in this country that so many things that the advisor to the president, we are pointing fingers at people who were, and they didn't substantiate, who were sponsoring, the selective pointing out of people who were sponsoring bad governance. And they have gone to court. All the evidences they gathered, they didn't mention that again. Is it not in this country? And somebody in Canada, frustrated over time, said something. Every Nigerian, they've even gathered the Ghanaian government to query the woman or arrest her. It is selective. It is not fair. And we are watching. You know why? Not the same country we're in. And we are watching. So there are people who are meant to talk and it will waved. But there are people who, when they speak, Nigeria will catch cold. If that is the style, good luck, Nigeria. But when they say you clearly cause trouble for yourself with consciousness of causing discrimination, do this, whatever you sow, you reap. For it is a natural justice. Whatever you sow, if you sow discrimination, injustice, and fair play in Nigeria, and mark my word, whatever is bad is that, no matter who is doing that. That's my stand. So if I do what is bad, caution me and let me end the punishment that is proportional to that. Then everybody will see. Our country is selective. Some people commit offense, get away, some get it, and that's what tells you, if you say we are one Nigeria, that's why the country need to convince a lot of Nigerians that this country is one. Until that is done, you don't show that we have many Nigeria, and you, when it favors you, you say it's one. That is selective too. And God help us. God help us.
Okay, Chris.
And we help ourselves.
Looking at everything that's happening, we have here on the Guardian newspapers that Oyedele BT awaits federal government approval on VAT increment, value added tax. What's your take on this?
If Nigeria need to increase the VAT, they increase. But when you are increasing VAT, means more Nigerians will need to pay. Now, the ones you collected, if you account for it very well, and Nigerians see, if increase VAT, we quickly pay. So it's not about every day you add VAT, how we can get money and mass fund. You know what? When a leader, a good leader, begin to use the subjects for dinner, breakfast, and lunch, over time, he will find himself alone because he will have consumed all the people who will help him. Over taxation is not good. But when you have need to tax, justify it with very clear evidences of what you are doing with the ones you collected. So tax increase in VAT is not out of the place for federal government if that will help them succeed. Insecurity and agitation in Southeast has made FDI, Development Index, trade in Southeast go. And I say, it is, you don't use Igbo to tell Oyibo man the same story, because what the eyes can see, everybody can see it. You don't see where you go and die and you walk in there, see death and walk black. There is high level of insecurity here, and what people do now, all this one we talk about in the Southeast, I don't know Southeast and Northeast, which one is now? What are the Easts? Are the Easts? Okay. Are they cost? With the insecurity?
Seeing that it looks like, we hope that the Easties, if there's any word like that, they're not in trouble. But there is something, like you mentioned, The Guardian, that says households lament may spend 54.9% income on food, shun investment. You know, there is this headline. I think it was also part of, I don't think, it was also part of the news that citizens are going to spend most of their money they earn in food because of the inflation. What's your reaction to
and let me tell you one of the things that look like that in our debt servicing. My father-in-law told me, advised me, may he so rest in peace. He said, if there is no 10 inside the house, when 10 enters, it will vanish. You know what that means? If you don't have money and it's only food, and the food, mugu of gari, mugu of beans, mugu of rice, onions, tomato, are not affordable. And all your earnings are going into food. Remember what happened to food. Once it goes in there, it goes out. That's how the whole thing is going. But the money that will favor you and your generation is the one you invested to be yielding money. And if all we use our money to do now is to buy food because of high cost, there's no savings anywhere. Now the same thing, federal government keep borrowing and keep borrowing and keep borrowing, that we are using more than 50% of what we have to earn to service debt. That is where we said there's no free meal, and every Nigerian successive government has to begin to rethink. All these loans and loans, Nigeria is a country where people should come and borrow. But instead of coming to borrow from us, they are stealing our crude oil. Let's turn about the crude oil into borrowing. Borrow the crude oil and they give us the money version, instead of allowing porous borders to steal. So that we don't use whatever we earn to serve it. That is a calculated attempt to keep Nigeria static, in fact receding. Not even if we are static, we're going back to national anthem of the old and go back to prices of. That means we go back. When we go back to that, we have receded beyond the zero. We are now drying up. And that's what the external debt, and our president is in China. He's going to discuss bilateral agreement and sign new deals. Beautiful. If his president, as Oroku, is signing deals, so when they want to seize the presidential jet, they will know it's direct, point blank. Instead of you going through Ogun State, who borrowed money. It becomes the issue of dog eat shit, and the teeth of goat is spoiled. So if our president is there negotiating direct deal, getting us direct deal, he also might negotiate the release of his 3 jets if he's going to trade it in and get us the cash. We need all the cash we can get. We need all the deals we can get from China, but we have to be very careful, like people have called, because all that glitters is not gold. And dealing with China people, they don't play. They're not like Nigerians. They're not Africans. They are all out for what they can get. So whenever you're signing deal with them, remember, if you are the person signing deal forget, they will not forget. And if you're signing any deal with them, they sign in their language. Study the deal. Give it to experts to study over time. Don't be in a hurry to sign any Chinese deal. Because they write in Mandarin and all those things, but in Nigeria we write in simple English. But they hide some serious clauses in their local languages. And you will go there and think you're a sharp Nigerian and sign.
So you
sign
think it
away
will
a
be
generation.
written in Mandarin when the person you're signing it with is in Mandarin?
Yeah.
And then, yes, they do. They don't have any apology. They only give translators who are their own people too. And they are briefed. And they have what you call patriotism. They are not like Nigerians who have given up. They, whatever level they are, once they look at themselves, they know what they are talking about. And they can cheat a visitor, but don't kill a visitor. That's what Chinese,
Thank you so much.
their tagline.
That has been a wonderful round of review that we have there on Signature Morning, on Signature TV. I need to remind us that we should all go follow us on all our social media handles at Signature TV Officials on Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. And yes, go subscribe to our YouTube channel at Signature TV. Comment. We need your comment. We want to hear what your take is on. This is your country. This is your world. This is Africa. This is us. You know, somehow, you know, there's an adage that Mr. Christian Maduka said. He said when something is happening to another person, you will think it's not yet happening to you until it gets to you. Yeah. So it might seem like it's happening to Nigerians, and you say, okay, me, I'm not part of, well, hello, even me too, but hey, but we are, it's still, we are in the world, and somehow, Mpox started somewhere, and is in another country. We all need your comments. We need to know what your take is on what's happening in Africa, Nigeria. And for Nigeria Africans, be cautious about the bilateral relationship you want to sign. It's still signature money.
But by the way, Chema, you didn't tell us what day it is because you are good at celebrating day. Is it today's day of Chinese? You are feeling too much. Is it Mpox Day?
Okay.
Oh, well,
Okay, no, today is actually the day, I think 1783 on
You
the 3rd
think?
of August.
Well, let's be
I
sure.
know on the 1783 on the 3rd of August that
Yeah.
the treaty was signed to end war. In particular.
Oh,
so still
end the war, end the war day.
No, so no, I didn't say. So just still stay tuned. We're going to reel out all you need to know about that. It's on Signature Morning. I did tell you that you always get it fresh. Do stay with us.
Good morning to you and welcome to Signature Morning once again. And my name is Godwin Sunday. Well,
tuned into Signature TV, and this is Signature Morning right here on Signature TV in ENUGU. And we are moving, we are flying it high, moving to the next segment, which is a discussion with our sole guest in the studio right now, and we'll be discussing cultural conservation in Nigeria. And I have right here Mr. Ihanyi Ibokwe. Good morning and welcome.
My pleasure. Good morning.
You're looking so switched up this morning.
Wow.
What's the secret?
Trying to represent the culture.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're talking about cultural conservation in Nigeria. So what is the horoscope of cultural conservation in general?
I mean, if you look around the world today, you discover that there are new cultures, I mean, trying to gain the attention of people across the world. I mean, look around you, there are the Spanish telenovelas. You look around you, there's the scenes coming from Hollywood, Bollywood. I mean, even across Nigeria, you see a lot of movies being churned out from different cultures. And then it begs the question, who are you? What's your identity? How do you self-preserve? And how do you promote and document your culture? And that's where the organization I work for, the Center for Memories, comes in. Because we are a repository of the history, the culture, the identity, and the excellence of the Igbo people in the Igbo. So, yeah, well, what we try to do is to, I mean, document and tell the story of everything that concerns the Igbo people.
So what is the importance of the culture conservation, you know, especially in the face of globalization and modernization? You have mentioned your Center for Memories. What is its importance? What is the main factor, the main reason?
I mean, the importance cannot be overemphasized, right? Because the Igbos would say, so today we see a lot of imported cultures, and within our cosmology, within our worldview, those things are not in existence. I'm not saying we cannot, you know, learn from other people and progressives, but it's not everything out there that should be learned. When you look at it, you evaluate it through the spectrum of your worldview, cosmology. If it aligns, fine, because the Igbos have one of their major characteristics, Njepo. Njepo is sojourn. You know, across the world, you know, there's this funny thing they always say, if you want to know a very habitable location across the world, there are three things you need to find out: the Catholic Church, Coca-Cola, and then the Igbo person. So anywhere you do not see these three identifiers, then that place is not habitable. But the Igbo, I don't know if you see the trend on social media now. So people identify you with their Igbo heritage. I've seen Igbo Taiwanese, Igbo Pakistanis, right? So Njepa means when you sojourn, you carry your whole essence, everything you have. That's why we go there. We find Ndi Igbo in America Association. Then as Ndi Igbo in America. So this is our attributes. And then when we are coming back, we bring all of the good we find in that location and bring it. That way, we are maintaining that balance, because one other principal Igbo characteristics is balance. That is why we have this dual complementarity. Ifekolo, Ifakudebeya, Inwe Nwoke, Inwe Nwanyi, Inwe Elu, Inwe Ala, Inwe Nigeria, Inwe America. So I mean, with that balance, the world is not, you know, tilted to one corner.
Okay, I would like to ask you another question about what the Center for Memories in ENUGU State, your ENUGU State chapter, what it does, or they contribute to the preservation of Nigerian culture. But before that, I've had Igbo diaspora, Igbos in diaspora in different countries. You have Canada, Igbos in diaspora. We have different countries actually. So how is this cultural preservation going on in these countries?
So the thing is this.
Are Igbos really coming out to identify, like you said?
Yeah. So the thing is this. The center is an institution that was established by Ndi Igbo, right? And the choice of ENUGU State is simply because of what ENUGU means to Ndi Igbo. Over the years, ENUGU has been the capital of the Southern Province around 1912. ENUGU has been the capital of the old Eastern region. ENUGU has been the capital of the defunct Republic of Biafra. ENUGU has been the capital of the old Anambra State, East Central State first, Enugu has been the capital of old Anambra State. Enugu has been the capital of old Enugu State, and Enugu still remains. So in our sojourn, in our journey, you will see the place of Enugu. You know, we've had other proposals to establish the center elsewhere. We do not want to do that because we want to centralize the story of Ndi Igbo around Enugu. That's one. Then there's also a certain way we tell these stories. We compartmentalize Ndi Igbo in diaspora, Ndi Igbo in Nigeria, Ndi Igbo in Ala Igbo.
Okay.
Right? So these categories also helps us in the way we do our work, because you know that culture is dynamic, culture is evolutionary, but in the process of it all, it's important to preserve your core. The core is very important. When you lose your core, you begin to see people doing a lot of things that are out of the Igbo cosmology without any principle or ideology backing it up. But when you maintain the core, whatever people are doing, any way they want to do it, the core still remains and is visible. And that is one of the, you asked the question, why is it important? It's also important because identity is fundamental to development. When you step into Kaduna, you don't need to be told that you are in the north. When you step into Ogun State, nobody needs to tell you that you are in the center of Yoruba culture. But what is the hallmark when you step into, say, Onisha, Asaba, Abakaleke, Imo, do you see anything that tells you that you are? We are beginning to lose that. We have the Igbo architecture. When you evaluate, you see the principal things that makes up the Igbo architecture. Every city should have a smell. Do you recognize it? I mean, so these things are very important. Somebody may ask why. The Igbo, the ancestors of the Igbo, were very strategic.
Good afternoon and welcome to Southeast News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. The headlines. September 21st for ENUGU local government elections. Ebonyi governor charges new local government chairman on accountability. Husband allegedly gouges spouse's eyes in Abia. Stay tuned. The Enugu State Independent Electoral Commission, NCEC, says September 21 date for local government elections in Enugu State remains sacrosanct. Chairman of NCEC, Professor ENUGU, told newsmen on Sunday in Enugu that all arrangements have been concluded for each free council polls into chairmanship and councillorship positions in the state. Ngu said that the commission is following its timetable and have the necessary financial support from the state government to ensure a resounding successful polls. NCEC is in touch with security agencies and other organizations that will provide support services before, during, and after the elections proper. Stressing further stated that NCEC is collaborating with an organization for a 3-day Train the Trainers workshop for 50 major electoral officials, which include electoral officers, EOs, commissions, unit heads, and other staff. Those trained in the workshop will soon train the ad hoc electoral staff. Commission had concluded arrangement to recruit at all council areas. Ngu said that over 10 political parties had shown interest in participating in the election. Signature TV guided that elections will be conducted for the 17 chairmanship and 260 ward councillor seats in Enugu State. Still in the state, the government says the Enugu International Hospital, a 250-bed state-of-the-art quaternary medical center, is set to be built. Professor Emmanuel Obi, the State Commissioner for Health in Enugu, made this revelation while briefing reporters on the result of a State Executive Council meeting that Governor Peter Obi chaired on Sunday at Government House in Enugu. According to Obi, the hospital is compliant with administration's pledge to stop medical tourism and make the state the first choice for travel, business, investment, and residents. In addition to offering first-rate, highly specialized medical care, the commissioner said that the ENUGU International Hospital, which will be located in the center of Enugu City, will also function as a citadel of medical research and training. Obi also said that the meeting discussed measures to checkmate the Mpox disease, which he said had become a major international concern, adding that the Executive Council directed a scale-up of awareness campaign on the disease. Enugu Peter Mba has renamed the newly reconstructed Obinago Road in honor of a legendary highlife musician, gentleman Mike Ejiagha, to his name. This gesture is part of the state government's effort to celebrate Ejiagha's significant contributions to the cultural heritage of Enugu. He emphasized the importance of recognizing and honoring the achievements of a 93-year-old musician. Following the road renaming, Governor Mba visited Mike Ejiagha at his residence, who expressed the state government's deep appreciation for Ejiagha's lifelong contributions. Mba pledged continued support for the high-life icon, ensuring that it will continue to support him, and as part of government's broader commitment to upholding the state's rich cultural state. In their remarks, the member representing Ikwo Eza South constituency, Comrade Chinedu Oga, the representative of National President of Association of Local Governments of Nigeria, ALGON, and Kaduna State Chairman, Mr. Abubakar Buba, and his Ebonyi State counterpart, Mr. Ogodo Ali Nomi, described the approval of local government autonomy as a good omen and thanked Governor Mwinfuru for implementing the law. The First Lady of Abia State, Mrs. Priscilla Oti, has said she is deeply saddened by the case of a man who allegedly gouged out his wife's eyes for ritual purposes on Sunday morning in Umuahia. Lawrence Uzo, an aluminium worker from Uwicheze in Bende local government area, but living at Adiele Estate in Umueze Beku in Umuahia North, and at about 1 a.m. used a knife to remove the wife's eyes as she was asleep. Landlady of the compound, Mrs. Love Jane Mwewu, who was also admitted at the Federal Medical Center, Umuahia, as a result of injuries inflicted on her by the man. Lawrence's wife, about 1 a.m. on Sunday, started screaming, what prompted her to call on people's attention. Speaking at the Federal Medical Center where the victims are being treated, Mrs. Oti said she was deeply saddened by the incident, stated that it is a terrible case of violence, attempted murder, and violence, adding that she would take immediate action to ensure Mrs. Lawrence was well and protected. The victim's sister, Ijamo Okbokari, and her cousin, Chioma Okbokari, both from Emede Ibeku, pleaded with the Inspector General of Police and the government at all levels, particularly the Abia State Governor, Alex Oti, to look into the matter to also help a sister to recover. That's the news. We're taking a short break, and when we come back, we'll be talking about child protection and welfare. Stay with us. We're here again on Southeast News. Thanks for staying with us. In 2023, Save the Children, an non-governmental organization, conducted a survey worldwide, and they discovered that top on the list of issues concerning children was hunger. And one would have expected that most parents, the first thing they will do is feed their children. But number one on that survey was hunger. Number two, you guessed right, poverty. Malnutrition was also an issue. At this rate, one wonders, the Child Rights Act that was operational from 2003, is it taking care of these issues? Because we're talking about 2003, and this is 2024, and this survey was done in 2023. We talked about hunger and malnutrition, which was 45%. So many, and you discover that the most impactful is the fact that many children go hungry at night. With me to have a conversation today is the state coordinator of a group whose singular job is a network for protecting the children. Mazi Jerry Udochu, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Our interview corner in Southeast News.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
I don't really know where to start. If a global survey shows that hunger is everywhere affecting the children, how are we protecting these people, the future of the present generation?
Thank you very much. You see, the issue of, like you rightly pointed out, I represent Child Protection Network in ENUGU State as the state coordinator. And the primary objective or goal of this network is to look after the welfare of the children and protect them. And recently, we find out that though we have laws, apart from the Child Rights Act, there are other legal framework or international instruments towards protection of children. But at the same time, you also find out that issue of child abuse, child trafficking, child labor, child sexual abuse has been on the increase. And this has been pointing to so many factors. One of them, as you mentioned, is about hunger. And secondly, parental factors. Then the society itself, issue of exposing children to social media through the internet and so on. So there are a lot of factors that have been making this the issue of child abuse and other vices to be on the increase.
Now, how do you protect children when they are hungry?
Well, I think that is not directly the goal of the network, because if we are want to go by that, that is also where the government comes in, because the government have to provide the enabling environment, making sure that parents are gainfully employed or provide opportunities for parents to be able to make ends meet and to be able to cater for the family. But that is not the case with our government. We all are experiencing what is happening. In fact, I was shocked as I was coming here. I had to buy a liter of fuel for 1,000 naira in ENUGU State. If you enter public transport, the same thing. Then how many parents can afford that? Those in the civil service, has been promised of a new salary scale of 70,000 naira, which has not been implemented. But you ask yourself, to what extent can this go? A bag of rice is about 80 something thousand, a basin of gari, and so on and so forth. So a family of 2 or 3 minimum, and the parent or the father happened to be a civil servant, for how many days would they go with 70,000, and so on? So it's a multiplier effect coming down from the government not providing a platform for which people can be gainfully employed. And we are talking of civil servants. What of those who are not civil servants, who depends, either they roast corn by the roadside or they go for daily paid job to feed their children? And because of this rise in prices of things, cement and so on, even if you are a builder, how many people are building? Even if you are an electrician, how many people are doing that? No matter whatever you do, even those in the market, you go there, it seems as if you are in a graveyard. They are not doing anything because people are not patronizing them. There is no money, and that has led to hunger.
Yes, my question simply means, how do we protect these children? Because some of the things you mentioned, if you don't protect the children, it's easy for them to become victims of violence, victims of sexual abuse, victims of bad parenting. One thing leads to the other, but because your job as an NGO is to protect the children. So how can we get this done, even in the midst of all these challenges, so there will be hope for the children?
Yes, on our own part, part of the major thing we do is sensitization and a kind of capacity building at the community level, educating parents, first of all, on being able to give birth to the much you can cater for. The Bible says, you go ye, be fruitful, multiply and fill the earth. And one person mustn't do that. You have to, because giving birth to so many children has led to giving out these children out to go and live with people outside the home who can now abuse them or use them for other things that could lead to this abuse and violence against the children. So that is one thing we do. Again, too, we deal with religious leaders too, talking to them on the need to preach this from the pulpit, letting parents know their roles and what they should do. We also organize workshops for teachers too, because most of this child abuse, you have to see, it has to come from the educational environment. But there's a particular case we are handling right now of a child of about 7 in a primary school being abused sexually by the so-called uncle, a teacher in that school. And it's a religious school for that matter. So you can now see, even when you're expecting high moral level, and that is where you are now finding this issue of child abuse and so on. And on the overall scene, you now see that no place is safe. The home is not safe for the children, the school is not safe for the children, the church is not safe for the children. So it's a huge problem to the network and other civil society organizations working on this area. But we are trying to do our best by doing this sensitization. We talk with the law enforcement agents. We collaborate with the relevant stakeholders and ministries. Like now we are working with the Ministry of Children, Gender Affairs. And the commissioner there is really working hard with the network to see that this issue of abuse is reduced to the minimum.
Thank you. The situation is not improving, and I wonder Those who have fallen victims, how do you help them to get back up, become self-confident again, and begin to shed the weight of the trauma, especially those who have been sexually abused?
Yeah, one thing we do in that area is, first of all, finding a safe space. A safe space in the sense that you want to, as much as possible, pull the child out of the environment. If the abuse is coming from the parents, then we'll look for a safe place where that child will be and properly cared for. And after finding a safe space, the second step is counseling, because most of the people that perpetrate this act are people who on themselves were abused when they were young, and they grew up with that mentality and feeling that it's a normal thing to do. So if that abuse is coming from home, it's first of all to pull the child out and be able to keep the child in a safe place. Then we now start a process of recovery, and that process of recovery means involve counseling on day-to-day basis, trying to let the child know what you're experiencing is abnormal. It's not something that is morally upright. And they try to let the child know that he should not grow with that impression that something like that is just common in the societies and a normal thing to do. That's what we do.
Now, let me ask a question that may sound absurd. How do you determine a safe place? Because from part of this conversation, you've told me a church is not safe. Homes are not safe. Schools are not safe. So how do you determine a safe place?
Well, we work with necessary or relevant agencies and stakeholders like NAPTIP. NAPTIP is one of those that have what we call safe place, and they collaborate with orphanages and motherless babies home and so on and so forth. I know of some cases I've handled, one from Ehamufu and so on, and involve about 3 small kids. And immediately I contacted the NAPTIP. They were quick, and on the spot were able to take those children, and we would take them to this Mother of Christ, where they have motherless babies home, and they were accepted immediately. So we have connections, and we work with such, collaborate with such agencies, and when we have issues like that, we go. We also have Tamasak too, though their own is a temporary shelter. Then the Ministry of Children, Gender Affairs is working seriously. As I'm talking to you, the governor, with the collaboration of the ministry, especially Mrs. Eni, the commissioner, are working so hard to renovate the rehabilitation center and put so many facilities in place so that it could be conducive when children have such a problem.
Okay, have we ever had situations where you have relocated them to such safe places and maybe over time they are good enough to be reintegrated or resettled?
Yes, particularly my organization has handled 1 or 2 cases, and the case of abusing a child sexually, and it was so traumatic for the child. We have to rescue her, arrange for a safe place, and not only keeping the person, we pay regular visit to find out. And at times, you know, we work as NGOs, and all our projects are being funded. And if we have funds that relate to that, we also support materially. And until when we feel that the child is okay, we will now start the process of integration, returning the child either to the parents and so on. And you see what we said earlier about poverty. Poverty has created room for some of these problems. When parents, some of them in the villages, they will give out their child with the promises that they will be going to school in the city and so on, only to end up hawking pure water and so on.
And that's against the Child Rights Act.
Exactly. That is the point. That is the point. I remember years ago when we had the funding, during school hours, we will use our car to Old Park and so on. Looking, any child will see either hawking granite or pure water or so on. We bundle the person. We want to see your parents. We want to see who you are living with and so on. And through that means we were able to reduce that. And presently the Ministry of Children and Gender Affairs also have a task force on that. They move around, arrest the children. They want to know their parents. They want to know who sent them to hawk during school hours.
So are you saying they can hawk after school hours?
Well, it depends. Yes, that is some of the poor families that don't have any means of livelihood, except probably selling vegetable or some groundnut and so on. A child may go to school and after school go to meet the father and mother in the market and can hawk around. There may be nothing wrong about that. But when you now put the child under child labor, maybe come as a maid, he doesn't go to school, you just send that child out to continue hawking.
But if you use the term child labor, child labor is child labor at any age.
Yeah, sure.
Because that child shouldn't be one to be looking for opportunities for resources to feed the family.
But they can, even growing up as a family. You come back from school, you can go to the farm and assist families, part of a family assistance, and you cannot regard that as a child labor because you are not giving the child a tax that is either above ability or his or her ability to do that, or a tax that will be denying the child other rights, right to education, right to life, and so on and so forth.
And are you saying, sir, that if a child comes back from school and that same child is not allowed to eat, rest, probably play a little, and is sent right back to begin to hawk, even pure water, that's within the capacity?
No, that is not what I said. When I say when the child comes back from school, even though I didn't go to give details about, he has to rest, he has to also have time to do homework and so on. But it could be 1 or 2 hours or so to assist in whatever.
Because why I was spelling it out, I am sure along the line you must have come across victims who, as they are coming back from school, they are going back straight to the field.
That is totally wrong. That is totally wrong and against the Child Rights Act. That is not what we are saying.
So, given all these myriads of challenges for the children, we go back to the very first question. How can the network truly protect these children and those who are falling victim? How can the network bring them back to the road of normalcy so that they can grow into healthy, well-balanced adults?
Yes, I said we have various activities, and most of them, we are implementing them out of the little resources we have. But if we have a good funding, I think we can also do more than that. Like I said, we have linkages like with the Ministry of Children Affairs and so on. Depending on the problem of the child and the nature of abuse, we exactly know where we are going to channel it and how we are going to assist. Who is the relevant organization to help? Does he need accommodation? Does he need counseling? Does he need reintegration to the family? What is the problem? Is the particular problem of the abuse that dictates the step to take? And that is why it's a network. And apart from being network, that network also extended our tentacles to other relevant agencies. Like if there is an issue now and involved NAPI, it's just a phone call across, either to Tuchupu or any staff of, immediately we will take action, either take the child there or they will come for rescue operations and so on. And they also have this task force too, NAPTIP, that goes out and is made up of some of us in the civil society working with the staff of NAPTIP to make sure that it's a task force that look out for the welfare of the children who is being abused, what are the reasons, and what kind of assistance does the person need.
Thank you very much. So before I let you go, can you give us a bit of statistics on the number of children that have become victims and have been rehabilitated over time by the Child Protection Network? Because once one person is rehabilitated and fully reintegrated, it gives hope to all of us.
Yeah. I cannot really give a specific number now, because you know the network is a network of civil society organizations, and we also work in our various NGOs. Like personally, I work with CDOC Nigeria. I can give you straight.
You can talk about CDOC.
Does and so on. But cumulatively, once in a while, we'll put up a report from various organizations, what we have done so far, and how many people have been affected, and what step we have taken, and what outcome or impact have we achieved. We do that, but I can't give the specific
what of for CDOC?
Yes, CDOC on for the first half of this year, between January and now, I know we have handled about 15 cases relating to child abuse, but out of these 15, 3 has been really reintegrated to the family, and 2 outstanding is being housed by NAPTIP, like the one I told you happened in Hamufu and so on, and NAPTIP took them to Mother of Christ orphanage, and they are still there. Yes.
All right, then. We want to believe that given the grim picture in 2023, 2024 will be a little better as we keep marching towards the goal of protecting the children.
Well, it is our prayer, a prayer and hope that it will. But to be sincere, and looking at the way the economy is, I don't see any green light coming in maybe reducing drastically the incident of this, because a lot of factors cause this. Many people have been frustrated, and they engage themselves in substance abuse, drug abuse, and most cases we have of this child abuse, sexual abuse, you find out that at the end of the day, you find out that the perpetrators, most of them are involved in drugs. And under such situation, they will lose sense of reasoning and maybe involved in the act. So with the way things are going, we just pray God intervention, we will achieve it. But on our own part, we will not rest. We will do our best.
Thank you very much. State Coordinator, Child Protection Network, ENUGU State. Yeah. And that's talking about Mazi Jerry Udochu. Thank you for coming on to Southeast News.
It's my pleasure. And it's just that this information came suddenly. I'm also expecting going forward, if I'm given such opportunity and time, I will come with so many statistics to buttress what we have been doing.
You don't have a problem about that.
Yes.
Thank you. Pleasure is mine.
It's my pleasure.
We're taking a break now. When we come back, we'll take you on a short journey. This time, talking about setting the agenda. On the first day of September, some lucky local government chairmen were sworn in. Why am I using the word lucky? Simply because they won the election. But it's now time to show the stuff they are made of. In Ebonyi State, the governor, while swearing them in, gave them a charge that appears simple, but it is a big charge. Why is it big? You will find out as we continue the conversation in setting the agenda for the local government chairman in Ebonyi State with Comrade Ikechukwu Nwafo. Hello, sir.
Hello, thank you.
And Comrade Ikechukwu Nwafo is the immediate past NLC chairman in Ebonyi State. Comrade, how are you doing today?
I'm doing fine, my dear brother.
I'm glad you are on with us on Southeast News.
Thank you for having me.
Now, one of the charges that was given to the local government chairman was that of accountability.
Yes.
Another was to ensure that the infrastructure should be built that it is lacking in Ebonyi State. So, basically speaking, where do we go from here? Knowing that in terms of infrastructure, though a lot has been done over the years, there's still much more to do in Ebonyi State. How do we set the agenda for this local government chairman? Looking at it in terms of the needs of the people. It's all yours now, comrade.
Thank you very much. In fact, I think it is a good one that we discuss on this issue because of its importance presently. I must tell you the truth that in Ebonyi State, as it stands, yes, the new local government chairman have been sworn in by the governor of the state and charged them to very much accountability. But not just that. It is not just about that they should make sure they also bring development to the rural areas. That is the major thing they were asked to do, to make sure that they stand in the gap between the commoners from the rural areas and the government. And in Ebonyi, there has been a standard that is going on. As being produced by the governor, what we call Community Charter of Demand. That Community Charter of Demand is a process by which community-based rural development is being achieved. And we are asking the local government chairman that the best thing they could do is to key in on that Community Charter of Demands. The Community Charter of Demand is a process whereby the community leaders, like the traditional rulers, town union president, youth leaders, women leaders, are being brought together to give out their priority project demands so that it will be captured in the budget of the states. This is what has been going on in the state since the present administration came on board. In fact, we are urging the local government chairman to follow suit by raising up a local community charter of demand, whereby they should do things needed by the community, the various communities under their local government, not what themselves as a chairman want to do. If they base on a local community charter of demand, of course they are going to do well. For example, sir, with due respect, you will know that there are a lot of things that is going on within the country presently that were not there before. And our community-based young people are involved. For example, in all the secondary schools that in Nigeria today, they do what is called WAEC, and after that, they were expected to write JAM to go into universities. Today, JAMs are being written through ICT. How many secondary schools in the villages have ICT training to train these children that will write JAM? So it's obvious that the students coming from the villages, various local governments, will not have access or the train to write JAM. We urge this community, the local government chairman, to establish such ICT training centers in the various secondary schools in the local government, within their local government. Then you talk about access roads. In so many communities in Ebonyi today, if not for the fact that the present administration, the governor, started doing 2-kilometer road in every community. But you know, it's not enough. The local government chairmen are supposed to also look into such programs. Have access roads within the various communities. If they actually work with the community charter of demand, whatever that is being done by the communities, they will pass through the budget office and as well be captured in the budget and will be made to various MDAs and ministries to take uphold those projects and make sure that it's being done. So these are the issues that we are expecting the local government chairman to focus more on. And I believe because the state governor insisted that they must go into rural development. So if they actually do that, certainly there will be a good disposition in Ebonyi State.
Thank you so much. But the big but is, given that they need to do certain things to get things going, you mentioned ICT. Yes. Is it just the provision of the computer systems? What about the training of the teachers who should be able to take them through the ICT classes so that they become proficient?
Are you there?
I'm still here with you.
As a matter of fact, you cannot build such without having the teachers, the workers that are going to train those children. Very importantly. That is the aspect of it. And do that through the Ministry of Education. The Ministry of Education will handle such things. Doing access roads in various communities has to do with the Ministry of Works. The various communities also need water. Drilling boreholes for them is very important. In the Ministry of Electricity, in the Ministry of Power and Energy, they do solar energy in various communities, which will also help in security. These are the things. Even those ICT centers they should build, they should use the solar energy to power it to make sure that it's functional. So these are the areas we expect them to make sure something is being done. Even the schools in various communities in the villages are dilapidating. They should also look into it. Because those things, we have them in the various communities and they are functional. Of course, the cities will be decongested. People will prepare to stay at home and go through their education at the local level. So they should employ, because before now, local government to do employment. But today, we find it difficult for them to do such things. And the state cannot do everything for them. All these things we are mentioning have been before now. Most of them, the works of various local governments. And thank God today, we were told, and I believe is real, that the local governments have gotten their autonomy. With that autonomy, they have no excuse not to do the necessary things in various communities under their local government.
Ikechukwu,
My dear.
comrade, I want to subscribe to some of the things you are saying, but you forget that Ebonyi is one state known for production of food.
Yes.
But they also have the problem of flooding. So how can these local governments, in partnership with the state government and the federal, ensure that we don't have the floods before they begin to intervene?
Thank you very much. The issue of flooding in Ebonyi is peculiar. Of course, every community has its own peculiarities. The peculiar in the sense that the areas of Afikpo, where the river cut across with, normally have that flooding. Majority of part of Ebonyi State don't have flood problem. It's about 2 local governments only that has that flood problem in Ikwo and Afikpo North. That is the 2 local governments that is having flood issue in Ebonyi, mainly. Then, if they should partner with the state government, which is very, very important, in order to develop agriculture. We have land in Ebony. We produce food. But I must tell you the truth. If not for the few roads done by the past governor, then this present governor immediately swung into action in doing access roads in various communities, where people can as well be able to bring out their food products to the cities. And that is what we're saying, that the local government, because this state cannot do all these roads, the local government at their own level, at the local level, should create access roads to majority of the areas where this food are coming from. And other people come out with their food. So it is a matter of priority. If the local government chairmen are ready and willing, which I believe because they were charged to do so, they have to prioritize all these areas. Access roads, producing borehole waters for various communities, building health centers, because health is wealth. These are the things, of course, they should do.
Thank you very much. Comrade, before I let you go, you have set a path for the local government chairman to follow. And if they follow it, knowing that they have a charter with each community that makes up the local government, they are going to make amazing progress for everyone to see. But one issue in local politics is the issue of stakeholders. And we're also told to listen to stakeholders. Why are you laughing?
Thank you very much, my dear brother. Well, those things are self-made issues. Of course, listening to the stakeholders does not stop you from doing what the community wants. If you are doing what the community wants, the community people will stand by you and make the stakeholder to know that the right thing has to be done. That is it. When the traditional rulers, the union president, the youth and all that stood by you in a particular program or project, whatever stakeholder cannot stop you from doing the right thing. So if a chairman that knows his onions does the right thing to do, it doesn't stop you for whatever the stakeholders want. All you need is to do like the governor charged them to make sure that the stakeholders are being taken care of. Yes, but it will not stop them from doing what the community, what the local government people, all the rural area people needed. Going to the hinterland to make sure you know what is their problem. A stakeholder is living in Abuja, hijacking what is happening in the local government. It does not give a good situation for the people.
Okay then. Comrade, it's time to go, but before I do, you didn't mention about how monitoring will take place, because if the communities do not monitor to ensure that projects that are to be located in their various communities are done as and when due, what happens? Hello, comrade. Unfortunately, we've lost the link. Need to say it's sad, but we just have to go. I need to say thank you very much for watching Southeast News today. We'll be back tomorrow. Barry Kumo, out of is my name. Have a great day.
from the president to the ministers to the governors, all of them, 98% of them attended public schools from primary, secondary to university level, paying almost nothing. Now go to a typical primary and secondary school in your locality and see how it has been destroyed over the years simply because people in the position of power have the resources that they have accrued from the national treasury to take their children and give them the best of education in any part of the world. Keep that aside. 98% of people in the position of power, their mother either gave birth to them in their homes or in public hospitals. Because in the last 40, 50, 60 years, how many private hospitals do we have in Nigeria? But now go to a typical private hospital, public hospital, and see what you have there. I was invited for an event. And then the head of a public school was delivering a speech. And he said, government can no more build hostels.
Hello, and welcome to Uncommon Conversations on Signature Television. We are reaching you from our studios in ENUGU, the Coast City States. Of course, ENUGU is the capital of Southeast Nigeria. Last week, the Supreme Court of Nigeria made a landmark judgment in which it made certain pronouncements that would appear to have given autonomy to local government councils in Nigeria. The Supreme Court in that ruling directed or affirmed that all funds going to local governments should no longer go through the Joint Allocation Committee of the states, but should be paid directly to the council accounts of elected councils throughout Nigeria. That would mean if a state government is running a caretaker committee, such a state government, such local governments are unqualified to receive allocation from the federation account. The ruling also affirmed that governors do not have a right at all to dissolve elected councils. That would also imply that caretaker committees, which about 22 states in Nigeria are running, the Supreme Court says it is illegal and they should no longer be operated as such. Nigerians have been reacting. Nigerians have been responding. And Nigerians have been making comments on this judgment. There are two divides. One are those obviously led by James Ibori, former governor of Delta State, who affirmed that that ruling violates certain sections of the Constitution. And of course, Michael Zekome, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, leads the other pack that said the Supreme Court had made a policy decision and that Nigeria should welcome it. It is the only way to restore the dignity of the local government system. On whichever divide you are, Nigerians are clamoring that the local government system should be allowed to breathe. It's like they're being choked by the governors. And so this evening, we are here to do what? To have a look. To have a look at the local government autonomy. How could it be constitutionally redirected? What can we do to ensure that that autonomy, as foreseen by the Supreme Court, is made legitimate? I've been joined in the studio by no less a person than Chief Okezie Nwanjoko, an Enugu-based attorney, a former local government chairman. Chief Nwanjoko, welcome to Common Conversations.
Good, thank you, Dr. Sarah Noke. Good evening, our global audience. My pleasure to be here this evening.
Okay, we'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll continue this conversation. Welcome back. You are still watching Uncommon Conversations on Signature Television, and we're still broadcasting from our studios in ENUGU. Chief Nwanjoko, I said you're a lawyer, and a former local government chairman. And I'm sure you've read at least part of that judgment. What are your thoughts?
Thank you once again, Dr. Cyril. As a matter of fact, that judgment that was delivered last week by a panel of 7 Supreme Court justices, led by Justice Agim, that judgment has been applauded by vast majority of Nigerians. Some also, like you said, have some misgivings about that judgment. But whichever side one belongs of the argument, the popular view, opinion in the public space is that local government, everything should be done legally to ensure that local government enjoys autonomy as a supposedly third-tier system of government. I was privileged to appear in a radio discussion sometime last week, which you also anchored. And my views were made clear, which I'm going to restate here this evening. I said what the decision of the Supreme Court on that judgment is an act of judicial activism by the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court tried to lean towards the yearning of the public. The Supreme Court is the final court, it's the last court. Being the last court, anything they say, whether it is wrong or right, is final. And becomes final until it is reversed by the Supreme Court, maybe in another opportunity, but not in the same matter. Arising from that, they've taken that decision to liberate the local government from the stronghold of the state government. But I did say, and I'm repeating it here, that that decision, most of the Nigerians applauded it. It depends on the side you belong. But looking at it legally, the Supreme Court, like I said, their decision is an act of judicial activism, because if looking at the Constitution as it is, people have been blaming the governors that they are suffocating the local government, they are doing this, they are doing that. But if you look at the 1999 Constitution as amended, that is where the problem of local government is all encompassed.
Before you come, let's start with the one I know.
Okay.
And that is Section 7.1, which clearly guaranteed that there should be a democratically elected councils.
Yes.
Let's start from there.
Yes.
To what extent have the governors breached this part of the constitution?
God bless you. You know, in legal drafting, meaning are given to certain words. If you look at that section 7 you've just mentioned, you will see you never, from beginning to the end, you will not see any word shall. And the law, once you say shall, it means compulsion. It's a must, you must do that. You just say guaranteed. Guaranteed. It's not that there. If that thing has said, there shall be elected local government officials in not local government, I tell you, no governor under any guise will not obey that.
When you say something is guaranteed,
yes.
So what does it mean?
It's assured. It's assured. But for it to get that deep assurance in law, the word conveying it must start with shall, and it is not there. And that's the loophole where most of the state government governors are leaping on to do what they're doing. So you cannot completely accuse them of violating the constitution, because explicitly the drafters did not make it so that there must be elected. There must be, like, if you continue with this conversation, you will see why people are contesting what the Supreme Court did. Section 162, sub 5, sub 6, sub 7, sub 8. You will see shall, which empowers the state government. All the revenues made for local government in every state of federation must be given to the state under which those local government, are domiciled. For instance, using our own state in ENUGU, that section 1625 says all the funds meant for local government in the federation should be credited to the states, various states, for the benefit of the local government. That was what it said, and say shall, which means must, the money must go there. And that's why what the Supreme Court did, people are, some legal minds are questioning it, even some non-legal minds, because once the convention will say shall, it means it must be done, and for that to be altered, it must pass through legislative process, which is the job of the National Assembly. Now, but on the other angle, the job of the Supreme Court, of the judiciary, is to interpret the laws made by the legislature. So, if by any means, in the eyes of any of the higher courts, and from the court of records to the Supreme Court, if in looking at, because it's a constitutional matter, if looking at the issues bordering, and finds out that there is some mischief on the part of the legal drafters, they are at the liberty to give meaning to the true meaning which is intended, about that situation. And that's exactly what they did. Can I drink water? The Supreme Court in this instance looked at the intendment of the framers of that constitution. And the intendment was not that if the money comes to, the state government, they appropriate it and do it. They thought that we are dealing with men of conscience.
Okay, let me just come. What I think I want to address your mind to is that if the Constitution says, and rightly so, if it says, and rightly so, that democratically elected councils
should run the government,
are guaranteed, and a governor, a Democrat, a man who has sworn to the oath to defend the Constitution, to protect the Constitution, is looking for a loophole, an avenue, a cheap way to truncate democracy at that level. As a former local government chairman that was elected, as an attorney, would you not think that such governors are certainly undemocratic?
Thank you, Doc, once again. Honestly, I'm not in this studio to rationalize what some governors are doing by not respecting the letters and spirit of the Constitution, whether it is a shall or not. Common sense.
It's a stage that should, at least,
yes.
In a democracy,
I'm not here to
they should be elected.
That what they did is or was right. They are ordinarily supposed to follow to the letter what the constitution, even if the constitution there are some
ambiguity.
I mean, they should be able to do what should be seen as just and equitable in the eyes of a human. So it is not proper for them to ignore or to be looking
look for one loophole.
It's not proper
to circumvent.
It's not proper.
Do you know what that meant? It means that the people at the ward level do not have a say who governs them. People at the local government do not have a say who governs them. People are imposed on them willy-nilly, and so you don't appoint councillors, you don't appoint supervisors, so you just appoint
chairman.
Some people, just a few, who perhaps have never told the people this is what we are going to do if we get elected. So in that vein, they have nothing to work for.
It's wrong.
And the people have nothing to look up to.
It's wrong.
Okay.
It's wrong.
Having said that, and also as a lawyer, now I'm sure our viewers will want to know the particular areas of the Constitution that will need some kind of an amendment. Like you rightly said, the National Assembly should do something very quickly and very urgently to give teeth, or if there's a lacuna somewhere, to at least to balance what the Supreme Court has done by looking at those sections. One, that could be the section on this section 6, the one on joint account, and 162
sub
and the rest. So what would you advise the National Assembly to do, and how urgently should they do that?
As a matter of fact, what the Supreme Court had done already is to guarantee financial freedom to the local government. And whether people say they did it coming from the back door or front door, that is to that extent, by the way, but that is the new law in place. Okay. The local government have gotten financial freedom, financial autonomy right now. But the next person have